Welcome everyone to today's City Council meeting today, Monday, October 27th, 2025. I now call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
District 1, Councilmember Casey. District 2, Councilmember Vieira.
Present.
District 3, Councilmember Otero.
Here.
District 4, Vice Mayor Martinez.
Present.
Mayor Lopez.
Present. We will begin with the invocation by Pastor Jim Stachel from the Harvest Presbyterian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can please stand and remain standing. Gabriela Hernandez will be doing the Pledge of Allegiance after Jim. Are you online, sir?
I believe I am. There you go. All right. Thanks. Let's pray. God, we give you thanks for our wonderful city and our neighbors, our friends, our family, our schools, our public servants, our businesses and workers. And we are grateful for our city, grateful for those who lead us, grateful for those who serve. Pray that you would guide us tonight in this meeting. Help us to be quick to listen, slow to speak, and even slower to anger. We pray for your good guidance and good outcomes, and we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for coming. We will begin with citizens' communications. While the City Council welcomes and encourages participation in City Council meetings, adopt the rules allow no more than 5 minutes. Resolution number 2007-106 for expression of non-agenda items, matters under the jurisdiction of the City Council and not on the posted agenda may be addressed by the general public. However, California law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on any matter which is not on the posted agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the City Council. Citizens are entitled to address City Council on any agenda item subject to the 5-minute provision. Anyone wishing to address the City Council must adhere to the rules of decorum, and the rules of decorum are posted outside the chamber doors. And we'll begin with our representatives. I believe our first yellow card will be from Narendra Bahia from Senator Alvarado Gil. And I know we have Justin from Juan Luis here today as well. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Lopez and council members. My name is Narendra Bahia. I'm a senior district representative for Senator Marie Alvarado Gil. Just want to provide an update. Senator represents California's 4th Senate District, which spans 13 counties across the Sierra and Central Valley. Legislator is currently out of session, but Senator remains committed to addressing the everyday challenge facing our communities in California. She continues to advocate for policies that promote affordability, safety, economic resilience across the Senate District 4, lowering gas prices. She proudly supports the passage of AB 30, which authorizes the sale of E15 fuel, a cleaner, more affordable option that helps ease the burden of high fuel cost. This bipartisan bill strikes the balance between economic relief and environmental responsibilities. Senator was in Ceres for a meet and greet in August. If you didn't have a chance to attend the meet and greet in Ceres, she'll be hosting another meet and greet in Modesto this Wednesday, October 29th from 1:30 to 3 at the Second Baptist Church located at 529 California, Modesto 95351. And if anyone is having any issues with state agencies such as DMV, franchise tax boards, or any legislative questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to contact our office at 209-576-6001. Thank you, Mayor Lopez and council members, for your time and hard work in serving our community.
Thank you very much. Justin, are you here? Welcome.
Good evening, Series residents and council. Justin Farkas, representing the Office of Assemblyman Juan Alanis. I don't have too much of a legislative update for you because all bills were required to be signed by October 13th, and I was here last October 13th. Oh, and it's October 27th. I do have a legislative update for you. Oh my gosh, time is flying past me. So the Assemblyman did have 3 bills signed by the governor this year. Those are going to be Assembly Bills 16, 17, and Assembly Bill 310. 16 and 17 both have to do with elections starting next year. All of Assembly Bill 17 deals with the precinct maps. So all precinct maps in the state of California administered by our elections offices will have to be free and accessible to the public online, which we think is a great step toward transparency here in the state of California with our elections. And Assembly Bill 16 helps with the ballot counting process and the time it takes to count ballots here in the state of California. This bill will allow for elections offices to begin processing those ballots the same day that they are mailed out, which we hope will alleviate some of the delay that we see, especially in our region. No discredit to our Registrar of Voters office. We just have tight elections here in the Central Valley. And with that comes large delays in the time it takes to find out who may be representing us, whether that's in Sacramento, Washington, D.C., very well could be a city council member, a school board member, and another time. So we're really trying to make that, bridge that gap here and compared to some of our counterparts throughout the country. So that's what we've been working on in Sacramento. But right now we are starting to put together our legislative package for the 2026 legislative year. I let you guys know every month if you want to come and catch me while I'm sitting out front and talk about some possible legislation. John took that opportunity today. We got to talk about some changes that we can see in the legislature to help alleviate some issues that we're seeing locally. And it's definitely something that we're willing to pursue in a way, at least research and learn more about how we can make our local municipalities safer. So I want to thank John for that personally. But if you have anything, whether you're a member of the public, staff on the council, looking for ways we can, bring our community to a better place, feel free to reach out to our office at any time. The last thing I wanted to bring up to you is in reference to liability home insurance, specifically here in the state of California. If you haven't been following the news for the last week or so, the California Fair Plan is attempting to hike their rates by an average of 36%, depending on what county, what jurisdiction you live in. And this is a very serious concern for us, given that more and more insurance companies are running out of the state with their businesses, not offering new policies to existing and new residents, new potential policyholders here in the state of California. We're really concerned about this. Thankfully, we don't have the fire issues in most of our county like you would see up in the foothills or even over on the Altamont. However, with the insurance companies running out of our state, it still may be, it could come to a point where that's our only option. And when you're raising rates at 30+% at any given time, it's really not fair, especially to our rural communities who suffer through a lot of these tragedies that we see here in the state of California. So we wrote a letter, the Assemblyman wrote a letter rather to the Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara, asking him to reject this hike in hopes that we can have more equitable coverage for everyone here in the state of California. Thank you guys for your time. Feel free to reach out anytime.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. And we will now open it up to the members of the public if you have any comments or questions for this section. Please state your name.
My name is Glenn Jones. I live at Westward Ho on Mitchell. And these people are exploiting the senior park, the seniors. They're raising the rent way beyond what the law allows. If you make any complaints against them, they start harassing you, making up bogus complaints on you, have another tenant sign the complaints against you. They acting as their own water company. And when you start making complaints or asking them about questioning them, they start hiking your water up. I got proof here where I bought my place and had a cashier's check. I paid cash for my place. I have all my rent receipts where my water bill was $6.46. Is the minimum. Because I got rock around my house. I got a few bushes and I do my dishes, take a shower, and that's it. After that happened, my water bill went way over $200. My uncle is in Keys, is in charge. His name's Eddie Jones, Water and Sewage. I started talking to him. He says, Glenn, I have this house and the house next door. And they have all the kids and everybody there. They fill up a Doughboy swimming pool out back. He said both houses and the Doughboy swimming pool never gets over $200. We're having a problem with this, and I went to Adam Gray's office and I got the state laws on what they can do. He said everything over here in this they have to go by, but they can make up their individual rules, like no parking on the streets and different things like that. But they got to go by this first, then they go by their individual rules. The manager, when I first moved in, I started asking about, and by the way, I'm a minister through the house. She had come by and she says, you know, I can be a B-I-C-H. I want to respect the ladies in here and not just come out and say it. But there's harassment. If you question them, then they have their scare tactics. And I have other tenants right here in the back that we're here because we need something done and we need some help. The owner of the place has, when Matt lived there, he showed me an article in the Modesto Bee where this Matthew Davis was going over 100 miles an hour across Stockton. And the cops pulled him over and he goes, hurry, hurry, somebody's breaking in my warehouse. When they got to the warehouse, it was from top to bottom, side to back, full of marijuana. He's buying these places with dope money. How was he was convicted? How is he able to hang on to these places? And I have on my phone, I've been doing some research. I have, he was trying to buy up a mobile home in Fresno. And a CRLA lady, I've been trying to get a hold of her. I've left her email and she hasn't got back to me. But they tried to stop him from buying it and he threatened her and her staff. I don't know the whole story with what this guy is about, but I've been contacting the city councilman. I've been the assemblymen, the congressmen, the senators. I've been contacting everybody I can to try to stop this guy because he's not going to exploit us seniors over there because that's elderly abuse number one.
Your time is up, but if you can please provide us some information, hand it over to our staff and.
Okay, will she make copies for me, sir? I don't have copies of some of this stuff.
We will, how about just leave a phone number and we'll contact you. How about that?
How about, okay, I'll talk to her.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, he's speaking of a mobile home park, which is
That is correct, yes.
overseen by the state. So it may be beneficial for him to maybe speak with Justin Farkas or Alvarado Gill's representative.
That is correct. We do have two representatives that you can talk to today. They're in here. They can give you some additional information, Justin. And you're more than welcome to leave us information on that, and we'll do everything we can. Thank you, sir. Next person.
Hello. I too am here from Mobile Home Park. That's okay.
Oh, you're more than welcome to speak. But just so you know, Justin Farkas will be the contact for addressing any mobile home parks issues, and they will have the right resources. Unfortunately, we don't have jurisdiction for mobile home parks, even though it is in the city of Sirius.
The law,
The state-
the rental,
The state,
Stabilization.
Justin will be able to answer it. You're more than welcome to speak. You have 5 minutes, sir, but just directing you to Justin for additional information that you may seek.
who is it now?
Justin Farkas from Juan Alanis office. He's here.
I just wanted to say that since
Please state your name.
the new owners, pardon me,
Please state your name.
Daryl Landry,
Thank you.
and since the new owners took over the mobile home park here, the rent has doubled, and now they've added between $250 and some people more for rent increase at one shot. So that puts it out of my limits where I can't live there. So it's, they give you 90 days. After that, what can you do in 90 days? I mean, you can't sell your mobile home. You can't move it. It's so you walk away from it. You lose it with all the investments too that you put into it. I've lived there over 25 years. So it's got to the point where, without help, a lot of us are going to be without a home, So, and a lot of the people there are elderly. They can't even go outside. They got home care in their trailers. So it's, the state doesn't control the laws on rent stabilization motor homes. It's the local ordinance that decides that, what it is. And Riverbank's got it, Sonora's got it, Modesto has it. I just wonder why Sirius don't have it to protect their seniors in the park. So
We will most definitely be in contact with Juan Alanis's office in regards to the situation.
I would like to pass these out to you people. Tuolumne County just introduced theirs, and their layout is the best I've seen out of all the parks. If you would like to each have a
Absolutely.
copy.
If you can pass it to our clerk's
And they
office,
explain why and how they did it, their rent control. And that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. If we can have the next person, please. Is there anybody else that would wish to speak? Is anybody online?
There are no hands raised and there were no emails received.
And thank you very much. We will now close citizens communications and we'll move on. Is there any conflict of interest? Seeing none, move on to appointments from Planning Commission appointment interview process, and the city clerk will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Earlier this year, the council expressed their desire to conduct open meeting interviews related to committee appointments. On September 8th, council adopted an amendment to the rules and procedures incorporating an open meeting interview process. With the recent closing of the Planning Commission recruitment, staff is looking for council direction on what type of interview process they want to conduct, if they want to do open meeting, or if they want to conduct a subcommittee interview process as has been done in the past. So with that said, I will turn it over to council for any questions and any discussion that you guys want to have.
So I'll bring this back to our council members. Anybody wish to speak on this item? Councilwoman Otero?
I'm interested in seeing the Planning Commission interview publicly as well, not a committee aside from the group.
So we'll just need, if there's still more discussion, that's absolutely fine, but we will need a motion. And you'll also want to open it up to the public for comment.
Yes, Councilwoman Vera.
Thank you. I agree as well that I think it's important that it's open to the public. I think transparency is important. We get a lot of comments about why certain things are zoned or why are we building something there. And a lot of that starts at the Planning Commission with them saying this needs to be commercial or this needs to be residential. And I think it's important that we have someone that, and we're all open to asking those questions and that they have a clear understanding of not only our city ordinances, but also when it comes to state building code, because I think it's important that we're building and housing and our constructions in compliance with both state and federal and local laws. So I do think it's important that everyone's involved as much as possible. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any contingencies if only one applicant applies and there's only one vacancy and they show up and decide that since it's just them and they don't want to speak, like we had with the Measure L, where we had 3 openings, 3 individuals, none of them wanted to speak, so they were all appointed? Sorry, Measure H, sorry. Measure L is on my mind, but Measure H, where all 3 applicants showed up, none of them wanted to speak. Actually, 2 of them of the 3 showed up, one didn't. All 3 were appointed. So there was no interview, there was no questions asked, there was no insight gained. So do we have anything for that? If we have one applicant apply and they decide that they don't need to show up because it's just them?
There's nothing incorporated in the council rules and procedures that address that. And perhaps there may have been a reason behind that. I'm not quite sure, Nubia, if there was a reason we chose not to include anything like that.
I don't think we envisioned every possible iteration of the different possibilities. So it's really up to the council. What do you want to do in a situation like that?
I was going to ask a separate question, but let's address his question first. I think that we should take note that if someone is here in person, that they should answer our questions, or else we should just go back to the way we had it before, because even in that process, we did ask them questions, and whoever was in that committee would address that person. If we had 5 questions, they would just go back and forth. So
I agree.
If you want to do it in open session, then we would ask the questions. There's 5 of us here. Each person could ask a question. And I think that should be a part of the conditions for you to apply. And if we have to amend something, then we'll do that. And then if we have to put that also in the application to give them a heads up, because maybe they weren't aware that that was something that we're trying to do. So I think that those are the conditions that I would propose.
So the current rules and procedures do lay out for open meeting interviews that the applicant will be asked questions. They are expected to answer them. If they choose not to, that would then be something that the council would, discuss amongst themselves. And with this upcoming appointment for Planning Commission, if there is an open meeting interview process, if that's what council chooses, we do have a list of questions that council will be asking those applicants. So there will be open dialogue between council and the applicants.
I have another suggestion. What if every single time that we do have a interview or a position that we want to appoint, that the council makes a decision whether it's an open or a subcommittee before we move forward? So that way, at least that option is open. Because what might happen, maybe, a couple of years from now, a different council might want to do things differently. And if we give them that option, then there should be the ability to do so.
Right. So, and that was our thought process as well. So that's why we're here tonight, to find out if the council would like staff to prepare a subcommittee interview style process or an open meeting interview process for this upcoming Planning Commission recruitment, which we do have 2 applicants.
Okay.
So at least we're not in the situation that Vice Mayor Martinez was speaking of. So there are 2 people, there's 1 vacant seat.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
There's another area of concern is if it gets to larger numbers than 2, I would suggest subcommittees. Last time, Councilmember Otero and I had 5, and we were there for like 3.5 hours. So you add that on top of a regular council meeting, and just with all due respect to department heads' times, that's going to be a very long evening.
Okay. Councilwoman Vera, you had an additional comment?
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of mixed on this just because like with Measure H, we're dealing with taxpayers' money. And I know we've talked about it, even the former, when we had the downtown committee as well, the oversight committee, we're dealing with taxpayers' money. And I think we still need to have an open dialogue with the public. I still think that the public needs to hear what people have to say. And even before, when we had closed session or the committees, like you were speaking of, Councilmember Martinez, we still were able to ask questions. When we went in the back, both you and I both interviewed ourselves for the committees before we were on council. They still asked us questions. We still had to know the background of what we were going to do and what we signed up for. And I think that's important because you're correct. When we had the last appointments, no one wanted to talk and no one wanted to say, yes, I understand the commitment that I'm making to the city. I understand the commitment I'm making to the voters, to the residents, to the people around us. And I think that's key when it comes to putting people on committee, that they understand that they're responsible to not just the residents and the committee, but they're responsible to everyone. And I think that's key, that we still have that open dialogue like Otero had mentioned. And so I think I'm still on board with having an open session, especially with just two of them, because I think ultimately we're talking committees and buildings that are going to be something that we look at and that'll be here for a long time, hopefully if they're built right.
Councilwoman Otero?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one additional comment after listening to the other comments. I think that the meeting or the interviews just need to be held public no matter what. If we have 6 applicants, 7 applicants, I feel we have an obligation as a council to be present. And if we have to hold a special meeting 2 different days to be able to accommodate all of the interviewees, then I think that's what's best, because ultimately the public needs to hear who is applying for these positions because it affects their livelihood living in our city.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, any comments?
No.
Okay. With the comments being made, let's go ahead and go out to the public. Is there any members of the public that would like to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, bring this item back. Is there actually anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom and there were no emails received.
So bring this item back for a motion, unless there's any additional comments.
I'll motion to have the Planning Commission appointment interview process held in public.
I'll second that.
We can get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we're moving on to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine in nature and will be acted by a single motion unless otherwise requested by an individual council member or public for special consideration. Otherwise, the recommendation of staff will be accepted and acted upon by roll call vote. Is there any, see a note here. There is item number 9 being pulled. Is that correct? Okay, item number 9 is being pulled,
It's being pulled and not being considered.
not being considered. Okay. Is the council okay with that? Okay, looks like we're good. Okay, and is there any council members that would like to pull any other items? I'm sorry about that. It's slid. We'll start with Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
Item number 5, please, Mr. Mayor.
Number 5. Okay, Councilwoman Otero.
Items number 8 and 10, please.
Councilwoman Vieira.
I
5.
think everything that I wanted was been pulled because I have 5, 9, and 10.
Okay. Mr. Casey.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the item I wanted pulled has already been pulled.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have item number 10 was requested by Joshua, so that's already been pulled, and John. Okay, Mr. Lepper. Yes, sir. Is there any other members of the public that would like to pull any additional items? Yes, sir. Please step up to the podium. Yes, sir. Oh, 5 is pulled, by the way. I'm sorry. Yeah, five is already pulled. Any additional? Okay, seeing none, bring this item back to council for,
Making a, I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 4 and 6, 7.
Second that.
in a roll call.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item number 5. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item number 5 is a proposed medium being built in between Garrison and Mitchell Road, or Garrison and Whitmore, I apologize, on Mitchell Road, a quarter-mile stretch. Mike, I understand you have plans. Were they planned to be shown this evening?
Yes, if I need to show some, I do have some that the clerk can put on the big screens.
Did you want to start with this, sir? Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yeah, because so, to start, my point being, had I not expressed concerns over this item, those plans would not have been made available to the council or public, which I think sort of goes to what Mr. Casey's always preaching, just a lack of communication. I had some concerns that are going to be addressed right now, but had I not spoken out, these would not have been made available for us to view tonight. So if you want to just give us a rundown on these really quick, Mr. Beltran.
Sure, thank you, council member. So the first page of this PDF essentially shows Whitmore at Mitchell. It shows a median extending down Mitchell to the north. Can we go to the second page, please?
There it is. You had it.
So right here, this is just to the north of the previous slide that you just saw. So you could see on southbound traffic, which is the top portion of Mitchell. There is a left-hand turn lane that goes into the auto dealership driveway right there. Then a little bit to the north of that, there's a left-hand turn pocket into Joy Avenue. And then there is Dale Court, the left into Dale Court to serve the businesses on the north and south side of Dale Court. We have also coordinated with fire at this point to allow for a drive-over median at just south of Dale Court so that they can access Dale Court to the west. And then if you can go to the next slide. This shows the median ending at Garrison Street. There's some reconstruction of the curb ramps at Garrison Street to make those ADA compliant. Left-hand turn lane will also go in, and you'll have a median there with some sidewalk replacement. There's also some storm drainage going in to better handle our stormwater as we proceed through this project. So that's really in a nutshell that portion of the project, and I'm happy to answer any questions on it.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. So I know that this was something that kind of fell in your lap when you came over with us, that had already began before you were here. And I know when we had a phone conversation this morning, you said that this median was to mitigate accidents in that area. So do we have a 2, 5, 3-year accident study on that quarter-mile stretch? Not the intersections that it's bookended by, but just that quarter-mile stretch.
So that quarter-mile stretch, we've had 5 accidents in the last 5 years.
Okay. And then my next point was, I had spoken with former council members and mayors previously about a project that had been proposed. I believe it was turned down at the time by Toby Wells because he believed it wouldn't be sufficient. My next point was, had we reached out to businesses and property owners in that area to let them know that, the potential of a medium coming on?
So at this point, no. In my group anyways, we have not. I can't speak to what had been done before. Usually on HSIP project, there is a public outreach section of the application. And I can research that to see if how much public outreach had been done. Like you had mentioned, this project was actually commissioned before I arrived here, but I'm happy to look at whether or not there was actual public outreach that was completed that we have in the file.
Right. Because I know we don't have the greatest history of reaching out to businesses and building mediums. I know that the residents and business owners on Service and Mitchell would probably attest to that. And then I know you said that, those openings are going to align so that people will have access to go to and from. That was also the same thing we were told when the mediums were being built on Service for Walmart, and those don't line up either. So with the concerns I have with the lack of outreach, with this having not been provided to us tonight, had I not requested this item pulled, I can't support this item moving forward.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. We have Rosalinda, Councilwoman.
Thank you. With this, from what I'm understanding, from what I just heard, this was a project that was requested by a prior council. Is that correct? That's where this process started?
Yes, it did start under a prior council.
Okay. And this project doesn't use any general funds whatsoever. It was a project that was requested and is strictly using all grant funds only?
It's actually using grant funds, and it's using Measure L funds for our matching funds. It's kind of a goofy number. It's 11.47% that we contribute, and it is 88.53% that comes from the Highway Safety Improvement Program grant funding.
All right. But you said there was only 5 accidents, because I know we had one further down the street last week. That was sounds like it was pretty serious from what I'm hearing from the police. That was down Mitchell Road a little bit. That was did not sound like it didn't get in very well. So with that said, I just want to make sure, is this another way of alleviating some of those dangers so we don't have any more serious accidents along Mitchell Road, similar to the one that we just had down the street not too far from this location?
So yes, generally medians can alleviate some of those accidents. In general, taking a left-hand turn across 4 or 5 lanes of traffic generally is not safe for anybody to do. I'm sure anybody who drives is guilty of it, but it's something that we do see. If you do have a broadside accident around, this area at a car traveling 40, 50, 60 miles an hour on Mitchell, it can be fatal. So while there has only been 5 accidents in 5 years, I would also look at this as a chance to be proactive instead of reactive like government normally is. Normally we wait for a bunch of accidents to happen and then we do something about it. This is really being a proactive approach to limiting that instead of being reactive.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Otero.
Thank you. I'm going to push this a little further with the accidents. Do you have the data for the past 10 years by chance?
No, I do not. I requested the 5-year, but I'm more than happy to get the 10-year.
Okay. And then it sounds like this was something maybe requested by a prior council, but I guess what kind of triggered this concern now to bring this item to us?
So right now we're going through the design phase. So with potholing, those types of things that weren't taken into consideration in the application process. I can't speak to why that was. This grant was actually, when it was applied for, I believe applied for about $70,000 to $80,000 in grant funding, which obviously helps, but I mean, we're looking at a contract that is somewhere in the $175,000 range. That's already been executed. It was executed, like I said, before I got here. And now it's just a matter of finishing that design. And so this budget amendment does just that. It allows us to finish the design, do the potholing, all of that, so that we can, have a successful project. This is grant funded. So we do want to be cognizant of the fact that if, for instance, if we were to cancel the project, we would owe whatever grant money that we have used back to the state, who would in turn return it to the HSIP program. And in addition to that, for lack of a better term, it kind of gives you a black eye as a jurisdiction, and you may be at risk of not achieving grant funds in the future, knowing that we could be at risk to be giving funds back. So I just wanted to at least note that for you all up on the dais.
Thank you. With the, that's concerning that we have to get back grant funding, but is this something where instead of worrying about putting that median in there, we can transfer that funding to maybe the areas like our schools and parks?
So I would love to say that the answer is yes. Unfortunately, what we submit for in the grant application is what we need to use the money for. There would be some leeway, for instance, if you were adjusting things within kind of the confines of the project, but to switch it to an entirely new area, it would be an entirely new application with giving these grant funds back. And there would be no guarantee that we could get those grant funds at that point in time either.
Thank you.
Mr. Casey?
Thank you. So looking at what's up there on the screen, what was up there on the screen, the divider ends, it doesn't cross over the Garrison Road.
That is correct. Right now, it does not cross over Garrison.
Okay, so to follow up on the vice mayor's comments, if we had known that beforehand, it might have a difference of us, what we were prepared to do, but also in the body of the actual resolution, it says public input and it clearly states not necessary. So I think we should bring this back, not necessarily reject it, but bring it back, give the public an opportunity to speak on it. Because I was called this afternoon from a person that lives in that neighborhood, and he was under the impression that the center divider included crossing over Garrison, which is the larger of all these streets and his concern was he normally comes from the Whitmore end and making that left turn, he wasn't going to be able to with his travel trailer. But the divider's not there. It's not part of entering or exiting Garrison Road. So again, to follow up on the vice mayor's comments, the public probably should have been notified for their input. I mean, they should have been. And if we had seen this drawing before, when I had the conversation this afternoon, my viewpoint coming here would have been different. But thank you.
Vice Mayor, I know you had pressed your button, but do you mind if I ask him a question?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I do agree that I wish we would have had this design beforehand, but I do have a question for you, sir. This is specifically for the design phase, correct? To fund the design. Will this come back to City Council again?
Correct, and it will come back to City Council before we actually go to construction. It has to, because we have to accept the funds for the construction from the government. And so this will come back. I just want to clarify to Councilman Casey with the public outreach. While when we look at a project, generally speaking, because this came in beforehand, and I will research whether the previous administration did public outreach. I agree that yes, we should reach out. We've gone and spent, me and my team have gone and spent hours on, in neighborhoods with residents. We have no problem reaching out. The only reason that this said it was not applicable was simply because this is a budget amendment. It wasn't anything asking you to approve a project or anything like that. So when we look at our grant applications and we do public outreach, we want to make sure that, yes, people are aware of what it is. Morrow Village is a perfect example where we're putting in, or where we want to put in sidewalk. We've knocked on doors many times, those types of things. So public outreach is important to me. It's important to my department. And it's important that people know what is going on. And like I said, I will get back to you guys on whether that public outreach was completed in the time leading up to this project approval by the previous administration.
So Beltrans, with that being said, and to city manager, I think what needs to happen is that we need to have public outreach before you bring this item back for a final decision on the design. And since you've mentioned that we are, that's kind of the goal, well, besides amendment for today, I think that I would support this item only if we go out to public and talk to the neighbors and the business owners and really take a look at this medium and how it's going to be designed, because this may possibly change this design. So I would be in support of that. So now I'll go back to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike, you said 11.7% was what we were going to be owing. Could that 11.7% be used for slurry seal and to cover the gutters ourselves without having to do this?
The 11.47% can be used for a multitude of Measure L projects. One of the big things with Measure L, though, is to leverage grant funding. That's what we will do on a multitude of projects, whether that's our Whitmore Avenue reconstruction, Moffett Road reconstruction. All of those are using grant funds. The whole point of it really is to leverage so that we can get money from either the state or federal government using some matching funds from Measure L. But can it be used for other things? It can be. As it goes right now, we are in the middle of a slurry and Cape Seal project on different areas around the city. Those are including ADA upgrades, and those are all being paid for by Measure L also. So yes, to answer your question, yes, we can use it for different things such as slurry seals, Cape Seals, sidewalks, all of those types of projects as we move through this process.
To expand on Councilmember Otero's question, can we move forward with this project, do the ADA upgrades, fix sidewalks, fix curb and gutter, and not put the median in?
If we did not put the median in, that would not satisfy the grant. The grant, while it'll say that yes, we've got some ramps to do and those types of other ancillary things, the median is the main portion of this grant. If we didn't put the median in, the state or feds would ask for that money back.
Thank you, sir. Chief, I have a question for you for fire. We just discussed that if necessary, rigs could go over these medians and these islands to get across the street for incidents. What kind of impact does that have on the rigs? I assume those things are quite heavy. It's probably bad for them, bad for the axles. How does that affect maintenance cost? If the median is broken, who's responsible for repaving that median? Is that the city's expense, or does fire cover that?
So my understanding is those medians are engineered and designed for fire apparatus to drive over. And in the case, should we need to drive over it, we do it in such a manner that it would be no different than a speed bump or other speed limiting measure. So I wouldn't foresee that if it's engineered appropriately, that it wouldn't be a hazard to any fire vehicles.
Thank you, sir.
Beltrans, could you expand on that? You were explaining to me earlier today about the type of design that you guys would design for the fire engines to go over.
So yes, so we would look at the concrete design in that area. It would be reinforced. We want to make sure we don't need anything busting up. We want to design things and we want to design them correctly so that fire engines can go over them. They can take that load. And it would only be in a small section of the median. You don't want, if you have to reinforce the entire median, you're talking a lot of money to be able to do that. But the portions where we have coordinated with fire, such as Dale Avenue and getting over the median right there, will be reinforced just like any other concrete pavement that is put on any of our roads locally or put on a freeway, for instance. It will have all the proper reinforcement that it needs.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Vieira.
Thank you. I do agree. I think this outline is key and definitely was missing from the packet. I think that definitely changes my perspective on this discussion. But it comes to I have a couple questions based on a few things that you had said tonight. If this was denied, how much money would we actually have to send back? Because it sounds like you've said we've already used some of the grant money already. And what is the deadline for acceptance of this? Like, are we able to table it to get further discussion, or is this something that we're approaching a deadline?
So we can definitely table it. As far as time of use goes, we probably have another year before we have any issues coming up. That I don't think that's the issue. If we were to have to pay it back at this point in time, we'd have to pay back somewhere in the range of most likely about $80,000. So with that is something that would have to go back if requested by the agency.
And that would come from our general fund or reserves, correct? Or do we have a separate fund for that?
I would need to really look into that. Really, when it comes down to it, I would want to, before I speak on it, because there's a potential to use Measure L funds, but if we're going to kill the project and not go along with it, then I don't know that would be an appropriate use of Measure L funds, and I would actually look to StanCog and look at the actual measure itself to see if that would be an eligible expense. If it was not an eligible expense, then yes, it would need to come out of the general fund.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mike, right now you said if the agency requested their funds returned. So do we know definitively they would want that $80,000 back?
I won't say that it's positively 100% sure. I'll be honest, I've never given grant funds back. It's something that I strive not to do because of the black eye that it can put on not just Ceres, but any city for that matter, and StanCog as a whole, because these funds come through StanCog, and we do not want to give, no jurisdiction wants to give money back. So I can't say 100% for sure, but from what I have seen, the agency generally, if you kill a project that is grant funded, generally will want that money back.
Thanks, sir. Any additional comments or questions before I go to the public? What was that? We will now go to the public. Anybody have any comments or questions, please step up to the podium and state your name.
Dave Pratt of Ceres. The main question was because there's a lack of any drawings on your website on what was on tonight's agenda. But now that he's brought some of that up there, I see that according to drawings, there will be no northbound turns coming off eastbound Joy and Dale, the way the medium's going to be, but there will be left northbound turns off of Garrison. So at least there's one street that'll be northbound off of those three streets. I definitely know you need you have one long stretch from Dale to Whitmore that definitely needs it, because I don't know about many of you, is that when I've come up and where it's legal to get in a left turning lane, there'll probably be somebody about 2 blocks down in the middle lane speeding to get up there, and if you're not careful, you wind up getting hit. So I've had a lot of times I've had to hesitate to make my left-hand turns. But yes, I wish it had that on the website, but yes, I know way traffic is anymore, and you've had to put these things in, and I know you've put these right turn only things, but nobody understands that, and those don't work, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Good evening, Council. John Warren, City of Ceres. First question I would ask on this project is, number one, when was it first? What council brought this forward? What year?
I believe that it was in fiscal year 2021. So fiscal year 21 is what I would believe. I don't know who sat on the council at that point in time.
Yeah, I don't remember it ever being part of a council meeting, and I've attended quite a few of them over the years. But my big concern is, number one, you're dealing with 5 traffic collisions in 5 years. That's the average of 1 per year. I would ask where these 5 traffic collisions occurred and what was the primary collision factor. Were they left turn things, or was it someone just doing something willy-nilly in the middle of the street that resulted in the traffic accident? Each one of these intersections, Dale and Joy in there, they all have Garrison, they all have left turns. You're putting left turns in there, and left turns are the biggest cause of accidents, with people turning in front of other folks. So I see nothing there to eliminate a left turn type of collision. It does create quite a burden on the folks from Dale and Joy trying to make northbound turns across, and from Dale on the east side going across. So it does bring some inconveniences to the people that live in all of those streets. And I'm not sure that anyone has contacted all the people that live on those streets, maybe the new people that may have moved in there since this project was talked about, and none of them know what this is going to be, what the final result is going to be, as well as all the business people there that may have purchased the business since this started and be new to this and not know anything about it at all. So I think the council is kind of on the right track, maybe setting this aside for a little while. Hopefully not that we spend a lot more money on it that may have to be paid back, and really study whether this is needed or not. Sometimes we have to undo what we've already done. Hopefully that's not the case this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Seeing none, I bring this item back to the council. I'll only make a recommendation for a motion, if anybody else would like to do it, to adopt this amendment and provide an update for the public of outreach design before it comes back to city council. That's my recommendation to the council members. And Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to sort of echo what John just said there, the concern with this median being put in was to prevent left-hand turns, but the openings in the median are for left-hand turns. And no disrespect to Mike, I know he's not from this area, so he doesn't travel that road very often. So I don't think he fully grasps the impact that a median in that area is going to have. A survey can come out and give you some information, but it doesn't fully give you all the data you need for it. So with that in mind, I'm actually going to make a motion to deny agenda item number 5.
I'll second.
We get a roll call.
Councilmember Casey,
Before I vote by denying it, is it not allowed to come back before the council?
This will kill the project.
Say again?
It will kill the project if you deny it. And there will be no opportunity for this to come back for any public input.
No.
Councilmember Vieira,
No.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
No.
Motion fails to deny item 5.
Back to the council for any other motions.
Yes, I'll motion to approve item 5 with an update on design as soon as available, especially with community output and connection.
Looking for a second, Mr. Casey?
And just to clarify, if we approve it tonight, we don't need to go back out for any information from the community, right? We're approving to pass this item, not contingent on getting output from the community.
We will need to go out.
So then wouldn't your motion be to table this until community output, not to approve?
I think this is an approval for just the design. I believe I didn't.
Just an amendment.
To do with anything else from what I've. heard.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I understand it to be is that approve this right now and what was recommended by you and what I think was motioned by Councilwoman Vieira was that this can move forward. It's going to be coming back to you, but also do the public outreach in between now and the time it comes back. And so that would be the next process where we come back for construction. They would have the information for the outreach program that will be conducted, even though it should have been conducted back in 21, 22, but new people
Correct.
moved in. And so that's my understanding of the motion.
That is correct. Just waiting for a second. Mr. Casey, would you like to second that?
Are we pulling it?
So this motion is to amend it, but also to come back for public, for public outreach. And it will still come back to city council and need to be approved after that public outreach, which this council will have another opportunity to discuss this item.
I believe our city attorney might have something she wants to say.
So if we can have Fallon, please read back the motion so that we're all on the same page, because I'm hearing a couple of slight differences in what's being understood.
So I heard it being an approving item with an update on the design and community and outreach.
So the motion in and of itself is to approve the requested budgetary amendment for funds. The modification to the recommended action by Councilmember Vieira is for the council to receive an update on what staff is doing to outreach to the community as to the design. The design in and of itself will have to come back to council as well, but that is my understanding of Councilmember Vieira's motion.
Right, because I believe it's just the design and accepting the grant funding and allowing the grant funding. No general funds will be used for. If we deny it, we're looking at a possible $80,000
Correct.
connect to our general or reserves. So this is accepting and allowing us to move forward with just the design and then having it come back to council for further discussion, including a plan that's either been in place or we're looking at when it comes to public contact and updates.
Correct. Right. The alternative motion would have essentially killed the project. This allows the project to move forward, but with an update to the council on reaching out to the public on design features.
That makes sense, Mr. Casey? Does that make sense?
You know, I would second a motion to pull the item, period, and have it come back and do it with all that information. I don't want to approve part of it. So I'm not going to second it.
You're not going to second? Okay, so then we'll just no second on that one. Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Casey, to table it? Table it and bring it back?
I make a motion to table item number 5.
I'll second.
Just for a point of clarification, I hate to interrupt. It's to table it. Can we get some direction on what the council would like to table it for?
Community outreach.
Yes.
So it would be to table the item on the budgetary component of this, subject to a proposal by staff for community outreach. Is that
Correct.
Councilmember Casey? Does that sound?
Not approving, correct? Not approving.
Approving it right now, but it would be to table it subject to future outreach plan being brought to council.
I make a motion to table this until we outreach and get more information on the item.
Okay.
Okay.
And do you have a point of clarification, Alan?
So there's a motion already on the table from Councilmember Vieira.
That one failed.
And it failed.
The second.
It failed. And now there's a motion, and now we're waiting for a second on Mr. Casey's. And did you second that?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
I don't know if I'm comfortable with spending additional money on something I don't know it's going to be approved. So I don't know exactly where I feel on this right now, because I just don't want to spend money on something that may be approved and end up having to pull that from the reserves.
Just point for clarification, if it gets tabled, we will have this discussion again with the addition of public outreach. So there will be no loss of funds because we have not denied it and we have not amended it. So we haven't approved it yet either. So if that helps you.
Yes, I believe that the community needs to be notified that we're putting an island in the middle of a road to prevent left-hand turns, but we're going to put left-hand turns in it. And we're putting it in there because we're concerned of the number of accidents we've had when we've had an average of one every 365 days. And I'm sure, like Councilmember Vieira said, or Otero had said, if we'd gone back further than 5 years, that number would probably get larger. I feel like this is a waste of money. We're only doing this because we're concerned we'll get a black eye and lose grant money in the future. So we're willing to waste money and put an island is not necessary on that road.
So does that help you? It will be coming back, Vieira, with it's almost like as if the only difference between your motion and his is that it's being tabled and brought back, but it is coming back with additional public input.
But we're spending more money on it. That
Not at the
ultimately
moment.
we could be having to return, correct?
No.
It's like we're putting more man hours into it, if I'm hearing correctly.
You're correct in that portion that staff time will go into obviously going out. It's going to take us, I don't want to say how many hours, but it'll take us hours to go knock on residents' doors, go to businesses, those types of things. So there is an expenditure of staff time that will cost some money to do the public outreach, and that would be normal.
Which would have happened anyways, because that's what we wanted.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know, you said you would know the amount, but would it be close to what it's probably going to cost if we just denied this and gave the state back its money? Is that a fair assumption? There'd be somewhere in that ballpark?
No, to do our public outreach won't cost anywhere near $80,000. I mean, you're probably talking 3 staff, probably, I don't know, a day each. You know, I mean, there's probably going to be multiple times. I'll be honest, when we go to the homes, for instance, we'll try and hit them, you know, during regular business hours, kind of that 8 to 5 time frame. But most everybody is working. So then is what happens is we'll go out a second time and we'll try and hit them at say 7:30. And then if push comes to shove and we have to go out after hours, it's hard to really gauge how many hours that would be, but those are the different timeframes that we look at as we go to engage, especially the residences. The businesses are fairly easy to engage. They have normal operating hours, those types of things, but the residences are a little bit more challenging when we do that. And we saw that when we did public outreach for the Morrow Village project, that, you know, you knock on doors and they're not there, and you try a few hours later and they're not there. And so you're just kind of going back and forth trying to do it. But I mean, it's not going to cost us 80 grand by any means to do that work.
You know how many businesses are in that area?
I mean, really the entire east side of Mitchell has businesses. Some are a little larger. For instance, the auto dealership is a little larger. Where the carniceria is, I think there's 2 or 3 businesses in there. So, I mean, I don't know the exact number, but it's not a ton, and we can hit those businesses. That's not a problem.
We don't know the exact number, and then we don't know how this will impact vendors and anybody that we have that brings them product, like the car lot having cars offloaded.
Correct. And we will talk to each and every, when we go out and do this, we're not just going to go in and say, hey, this is what we're planning to do. Do you support it? We want to know what they do. You know, I mean, I've known the car business. I grew up in the car business. So I do get that they have loaders that come in to either drop off or pick up cars to and from auctions, those types of things. But we will still ask them, you know, what is the you know, frequency? Is it once a month? Is it once a week? What are those things? We want to know those things. Those are all valid questions. You know, and talk to them about the plan. We have no problem doing that.
Yes, sir. And again, this is thrown on your lap. So this isn't your fault. We don't know if it was done in the first place. So we don't know that. That's an egregious thing on our side. We don't know if what you're saying we're going to go do was done like it should have been in the first place.
Serena, go ahead.
I just have a quick question. When it comes to the public outreach, after that's complete, what will that look like for the council? What kind of results are you going to bring us? Comments from the businesses or the residents? You're going to give us a number of how many kind of approved it or we'll deny it?
Yeah, so generally we do keep a tally of, if there's any major comments, we will write them down. We generally will keep a tally of who supports it and who doesn't. And we just report the numbers as they are. We don't, it is what it is. The numbers are the numbers. And we can present those numbers to you guys and any major comments that we've gotten. And we're happy to bring that back in the staff report when we bring this back for the approval at that point in time.
Thank you.
Okay, going back to the roll call. Rosalinda?
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yeah.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Before we move on, does anybody need to take a break? Okay, let's go to recess and we'll come back. Thank you. seats. And as soon as you can, we are still waiting for some council members, but please make it back to your seat. Thank you. Again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please have a seat. We are still waiting for our council members.
Where are we? Public hearing? Oh, 8 still? What else is pulled? 8 and what else? 10? Does it require a quorum?
Welcome back, everyone. We will now go to item number 8. This is Councilwoman Otero's item that she pulled.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a few questions for the city manager. Looks like Julian's not here today. But first off, I do want to thank Julian for putting together this report for us. It was noted that 20 businesses in this time period have closed or relocated. I'm just curious as to some of the reasons why. Does the city collect that data when they are leaving the city?
Not normally, no. I mean, if they talk to us, yes, we can collect it, but most of the time they just close up and move on for various reasons.
Okay. And then I would like to request some information. How many businesses do we currently have in our city? And then what is the total number of downtown businesses alone? I'm interested in those numbers, and I'm sure the rest of the council is as well. And it looks like there was a comment made of we're anticipating a few more businesses to join the downtown area. Do we have a number on how many those are?
I don't have that number for you. I'll
Okay.
get it when Julian returns.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any comments from the council? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Manager, I just wanted to make sure, are we still continuing to work with these businesses? You know, some of them like the Dog House, the coffee shop, Brandy Meyer's bookstore, and her sandwich shop that's coming up. Are we in partnership making sure we support them and we promote them when we have an opportunity to do so?
Very much so. We've met with a number of them, and we're helping them, holding their hands, get through the process to make sure they're meeting the laws and regulations of the city, but also be able to keep moving forward and have a sustainable business.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional comments from the council? Anybody from the audience would like to make a comment on number 8? Seeing none, no hands raised.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 8 of the consent calendar.
And we were just barely finishing up with the public. No hands raised.
No, you said no hand raised.
You're good. You're good. No, you're good. Thank you.
In motion.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to item number 10, which is also Councilwoman Otero.
Thank you, Mayor. It looks like this is a retroactive agreement, so I do have a question for the city manager or finance director. How much have we already spent on this contract?
I'm going to defer to the finance director because I don't know right offhand.
Thank you.
So I believe what we've paid so far is for their services for May and June. Finance hasn't issued payments for anything after that until it's come to the council tonight.
Okay. Do we have that amount?
We don't have the invoices. I believe city manager does.
Read their monthly rate of 6,700. So times, I think we've already made the July payment. So because they're contracted in July 31st, so it'll be August and September.
Okay. I probably sound like a broken record, but this says that the service is going to be in connection with the city's strategic plan vision. Again, the strategic plan hasn't been updated since 2020. So I'm not sure that it's the right thing to say that it's in line with the current vision because we haven't created a new plan yet. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any additional comments from the council? Councilwoman Vieira.
Sorry. I guess my question, because I'll bring it up as well. I thought we did a strategic plan. We had a meeting here and it was open to the public and we had roundtables set up and we did put things on the wall and we never got a response. So I know we had the strategic plan, 2022. Okay. So I know we did something on it, which I think we just need to bring that forward for approval. I don't exactly know what happened to it. I know we had that meeting because I remember being here that entire morning. I guess to this, on page 222, it says the governing law is Merced County, which I was trying to figure out why. On why Merced County would be the governing law for the city of Ceres.
It would be Stanislaus County. That would be corrected.
Okay, and then I guess I'm just trying to figure out why we're using $115,500 of our general fund and reserves on something like this at this time. Why we feel this is an appropriate expense of our reserves and general fund, and was it budgeted?
So no, this was not budgeted originally because this was not on the horizon at the time we did the budget last year. Keep in mind, the only action before the city council tonight is whether to continue community engagement with this company so that the public, including those that may or may not have participated in the survey, get a chance to articulate their priorities and the needs of they feel the needs of the city are. I think we're moving forward and trying to ascertain that and look at all ways to make the city of Ceres financially sustainable and stable. And I think this company is the one that's looking at us. We've had, somebody asked why we're doing sole source. We've worked with this company four separate times on different issues and stuff. And one of them was for Measure H, which they handled very successfully. So it's a company that works with the city, knows the city, and has the city's goals in mind in making us hopefully financially stable.
So they've been doing this?
We've hired them before, yes.
No, but I think you said they've been doing this since July. What exactly have they been doing since July?
So remember the 221 meetings we had with the council to give you the results of the survey and stuff? That was after July. Different company. We've been having meetings. to discuss different issues and try to move things forward. And so therefore, they're still moving, they're still operating at the time. This was supposed to be brought back last month, but it was postponed due to some of the other items that were on the agenda. And I only had, I think, 4 people available at the time. I wanted 5.
So you're saying they've been working since July, but then you brought up the survey, but you're saying it's a different company. So I'm still a little confused as to what they've been doing, because ultimately, what are we paying, or what have we been paying as a city $6,700 a month for? What are we seeing out of it? Because as you know, I wasn't really happy with the survey, and they weren't able to provide the answers to my questions. So I'm just a little confused as to why this seems like a realistic thing to be doing at this time for a little over $115,000 of our reserve balance.
So what we're looking at is how do we make, like I said, how do we make the city fiscally sustainable? They're helping us look at all avenues. So it would be remiss if we not do it. And they're one of these companies that can help us do that. So we've hired them to do that. They're working with the city staff on different ways to engage the public. That's one of the things obviously has come to the forefront on this Mike Beltran's item just recently. And so we're trying to do that and get everybody's input on there. We're trying to put some button on the front of the website to try and get input into that so they can put all this together, come back and make suggestions so we can bring it before the council to say, this is what we need to do to go forward and try and make this sustainable. Right now, we don't have that. And so that's why we are engaging them to make that happen. We're also looking at how they can advise the city on the viability and feasibility of potential items, which may include bonds, ballots, going out, different ways to raise money, just short of, car washes. So that's how we're engaging them in all that. And we've had various discussions over the last month and a half or 2 months since their contract ran out.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but what you just elaborated for Councilmember Bjork sort of sounds like an community development, economic development manager's position. Someone that's going to reach out to people in the community, conduct surveys, find businesses, bring businesses in. So, that's a position I believe we froze earlier in the year, right? So we're looking to spend $115,500 to get services that wouldn't be here year round instead of unfreezing and hiring a position.
You're talking about 2 different things. Community development director is going to be sitting there looking at different buildings coming in or projects coming in and making sure they're feasible for the city and stuff. This company is looking at financially, what can we do to make the city financially stable?
Those aren't mutually exclusive. We wouldn't have someone here bringing in businesses that would benefit the city and also bring tax revenue and increase to us.
They're looking at different things. I'm not saying they're looking at businesses. They're looking at all items possible out there, not just business. A community development person is going to be looking at strictly businesses, and that's it.
You said that their services is $6,700 a month. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what $115,500 is going to go towards?
What we're projecting out is a lot of unforeseen costs that we're looking at possibly. If we want to put information out, the council's, like I said again, is looking at going out, keeping the public informed, and these are going to be for mailers that are trying to get people's feedback, trying to change the website to give people the opportunity to put their opinions, their needs, their wants on the website. And so we calculate that and go back out to be able to bring that information back to the council and say, this is what we are being able to obtain or ascertain from the public, and this is what the recommendations are. And we're looking at possibly moving forward with this, item or whatever it may be. And that's what we're looking at, trying to gather all that information, categorize it, and bring it back to the council. And so that way it's mainly about public engagement.
Kind of like our mantra, right? We don't communicate to the public enough, or we're always talking about public engagement. Sort of sounds to me like you just described a public outreach or communications officer, something that I believe the mayor had expressed interest in at the last council meeting that I was sick and wasn't able to attend. So it seems like that is what we're looking to pay them to do is
Not exactly.
not exactly.
No, a PIO is going to be social media and all the other stuff, and basically
Public engagement,
Yeah.
sharing information, reaching
putting
out
out
to community.
news for the city, not to chit chat with citizens, stuff like this. This company is doing that, going,
here, give us your feedback. Here's the different options. Here, how can we make this work? How can we make the city more viable? Whereas a PIO officer is going, here's what the city's doing. And it's not an open conversation where this agency is actually an open conversation trying to gather feedback from the customers, or excuse me, citizens of Ceres.
Other than that recent survey, could you give us an example of some of the outreach they've done, some of the projects they've helped us with? Some of what that 2 months, right? So $13,400 has gone towards?
Right now, I mean, everything's put on hold because we haven't passed this right now. So everything mainly has been meetings, trying to strategize on how we can move forward and going out and how we want to, talk to the public. One was moving forward with the website change so we can start putting a button on there so people can make comments and say, yeah, I'd like to see this, I need to see this, and all mainly has to do with how we make this budget still moving forward.
So I just want to make sure I understand you. So we're paying them $13,000 for something that's been on hold for the last 2 months? So it was like the
It's
public.
been on hold 30 days ago.
Okay.
Because it was not moving, it was not before the council, and I was not going to keep running up the bill, and I have no contract with them, and nothing's approved by the council.
It doesn't sound like they've done any public outreach or communication. Okay, thank you, sir.
Last 30 days, no.
Councilwoman Otero.
Thank you. I'm looking at the scope of services, and to me, it sounds like this company is going to come in and give the city staff recommendations on how to do something. So recommend to staff methods of engaging and informing constituents, facilitate design of tailored studies, work with city staff, assist with rapid response needs from media or the community as necessary. So I'm just confused. Are they just coming in and training city staff? Is there not other options for city staff to learn some of these things so we can avoid some of the additional costs?
This is more of a specialized thing. You say staff's not here to learn. We're more getting information and executing. We're trying to learn from their experience on all this. They've been doing this business of outreach for different cities for quite a number of years, and they're experts in their field. So we're using them to help us be able to reach our public and get more information out of the public and get feedback so that we can make the right choices to bring the council to sit there and say, this is what we need to do to be fiscally sustainable.
Sometimes I feel like we're going backwards. I'm glad to hear that Councilmember Vieira brought up that there's a potential strategic plan out there, maybe sitting somewhere that was already done. Going back to like some of the vision and stuff and why this contract needs to be taken place, I think it's important to have the plan in place, the strategic plan in place, so we can all be on the same page. So those are my thoughts.
After listening to the council, I have one question for you, Doug. What is the end goal if we pass this, ultimately using their services?
Our ultimate end goal is not to see the city go broke.
So elaborate on that.
We met in 221 meetings before, and it gave you options during the budget time. And we presented the council with various options. And so we want to move forward to sit there and say, right now, we're not seeing revenues meet expenditures, not even close. And so no business operator is going to tell you that's the way to operate a business when your revenues can't cover expenditures. And that's where we're at right now. So we have to look at something going, how do we bring in more revenue? And without that, then the city is going to be in trouble coming up here in 2 years because we don't have enough moving forward to cover our expenditures. And so we're hiring this company to go, what can we do to make that happen? And we're looking at all options to move forward and bring that information back to the council.
What would be those options hypothetically that you think that would benefit the city of Ceres?
One of the options is we're cutting personnel to come more in line with our budget revenue. Another option is going out for a bond. Another option is possible increase in taxes or decrease in expenditure somehow. And that's all the options we're looking at right now, is trying to figure out how do we make this work.
Would any of those options include possible measure?
Everything's on the table. We're looking at anything at all possible to try and raise revenue. We'd be remiss if we didn't look at everything. And so that's what we're trying to figure out, is how do we increase the revenue coming into the city? Right now, we're seeing an increase, I think, roughly 2% a year in revenue. Sales tax, not sales tax, but property tax, I think went up 3 maybe. And we're spending, inflation's at 3%, but we're spending probably close to 5 to 6% rate. And you figure, 75% or more of our budget goes to public safety, at least 25% for everybody else, to pay all the bills, pay all the salaries and everything else. And we're not like the federal government where we can sit there and say, hey, we're having a shutdown and not pay salaries. So we have to keep moving forward. So we have to find a way to raise the money.
And you think this is the way?
They're showing us a lot of options, yes. And I think that's what's beneficial to us, because right now, talking with staff and everything, we're looking, going, we have to do certain things. What are those options? And that's what everything's on the table, trying to raise it. But it's not something we can do over a 30-day period or whatever. It's going to take time to get everything. And so we're trying to talk to the citizens to see what's important to you. In the survey that was taken and was presented to the council, we have, I think, 73% of the public in favor. We have to do something. And so I think the public's very clear that city has to do something moving forward to survive.
Have we published that survey?
It's on the website. It was on the website.
I've seen the survey. Wanted to make sure.
Shortly after we presented it to the council.
Okay. That is all. Vice Mayor?
No, I was going to ask where the survey was, but City Manager answered it. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions from the council before I go to the public? Members of the public, any comments or questions? I know I have 2 yellow cards here for item number 10. I'll go with John first. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is John Blount. I'm a Vice President for the Sirius Police Officers Association and a Sergeant for the Sirius Police Department. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight on behalf of the Sirius Police Officers Association. We as an association support pursuing options such as seeking data collected by the Lou Edwards Group to address the priorities and needs of the community we serve. We support the city exploring avenues to continue community engagement so the public has an adequate opportunity to voice their concerns regarding priorities and needs, as well as identifying potential options to fund the city's ability to address concerns regarding public safety and community quality of life. It's important to the association that the city continues a progressive approach to better serve the citizens of Ceres. From what we understand, the public safety comprises 75% of our general fund, and if severe budget cuts are warranted, there are few areas to cut funds outside of public safety. During these times, the association does not feel it's feasible or feel it's a feasible standard to utilize the city's emergency reserves to continue addressing the needs of the community as we've begun to do. So we support this item. Our association is committed to working with the city and continue providing the best police services to the citizens of Ceres.
Thank you, Officer Brown. Next person we have is Josh.
Good evening, Mayor Lopez, distinguished council members. My name is Joshua Lepper. I'm the business manager for the Laborers Union in Modesto. We represent 50,000 construction workers in Northern California. I'm also the chief negotiator and representative for the miscellaneous bargaining unit here at the City of Ceres. I've done this contract for almost 15 years now. I've seen us go through some ups and downs, and right now we're in a hard time financially. We recognize that. We recognize inflation, the changes since COVID. I mean, the world has shifted in many ways. Now, I'm up here to support this agreement, and I want to put a few caveats to it that I think are really important. On one hand, we do need to seek additional revenue. We need to find a way to economically develop the area. That vacant position is needed in many ways, but to also find existential ways to generate revenue. And I think some of the comments from the city manager about all things being on the table is important to realize. Measure V and Measure L, which have been mentioned tonight, were both sales tax measures passed here in the Central Valley. And during that election cycle, there was no other sales tax measure that was passed in the state of California. These two passed. And in Merced, I live in Atwater, but I was born and raised in Modesto area. They decided down there we need to fix our roads. And that was the mantra and the reason so. And Stanislaus, it was the same campaign that was driven, because we knew we were beyond the point of a little maintenance. We have potholes and major issues. So people went out. That tax measure went out and it passed. Not saying that's the answer here, but I'm saying all things being on the table to look at things in a lateral way is very important. And it does require an element of expertise and experience to get those perspectives. But the caveat I want to mention are the employees themselves. I'm in no way in agreement with cutting the personnel here to fill that void. I know that we're cut and short-staffed and have vacant positions as it is. And I know the members all personally, and I know they're doing double duty, but I also know they're loyal to this city. And part of that reciprocity of loyalty is for leadership to find a way to provide that livable wage and those benefits for those employees. So I am in support of this agreement moving forward so that we can get some different insight, perspectives, or options. In the same breath, I am definitely opposed to using the personnel as a mechanism to breach that gap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to wish to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, council members, the city has 14 unfunded positions. And those positions are really needed to make this city function. To bring those people back to work is going to probably cost over $2 million. In addition to the $2 million you were in the hole last year, and probably the other $1 million you funded out of the reserves since this year started. So to make this city healthy again, to be status quo where we were just a little while ago, is going to take over $5 million extra dollars in the coming budgets. And that's just a rough figure that I put together. I may be incorrect, but I think I'm probably pretty close. $115,500 is a drop in a bucket compared to that. The city does need something or someone to give it some guidance that it's not receiving now. I'm not sure that an increase in sales tax is the answer. I think this company is the one that did that survey back in July, and I read the report that was out online that the city manager is talking about. So I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that you as a council are the people that are going to have to find that answer. And it's going to be difficult, because I do believe if we don't find an answer, what the city manager told you about the city being bankrupt in a couple of years is going to be correct. And then everybody's going to be out of a job. And the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department's probably going to be doing our policing. And I don't think we want that. We want to keep our city as it is. I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think we would be short-sighted in not spending this money to find some answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to make a comment on this item? Anybody online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
I bring this item back for a motion or discussion.
Make a motion to approve item number 10 on the consent calendar.
Looking for a second.
Second.
We get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
One thing is that I don't necessarily like using the reserves. Definitely don't like supporting it, but I'm glad the unions came out and voiced that they are in support of this. And I think that made my decision. And so I will be in support of this.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much for those that came out and support. We appreciate you. Moving on to our public hearing. Item number 11. Denying the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the site plan approval application 2513 SP and the tentative parcel map application 2514 TPM, and finding the project consistent with the West Landing Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report SCH 2008-122087 with the Warehouse 18 and 19 project located at 3807 Crows Landing Road in Ceres, California, APN 086-034-004. Just making sure, or Leah will be presenting this item. Oh, you're already there. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Leah Simvalakis. Nice to see you all tonight. Tonight I'm presenting the Warehouse 18 and 19 SPA and TPM appeal hearing. As you all know, per section 1830.140 of the municipal code, the council has full discretion over appeal items, so I will be going through all aspects of the project for your consideration this evening. For some background, this item went to Planning Commission on August 18th, 2025, and an appeal was filed timely on August 25th, 2025. And I have this on this time, so let's see. There we go.
Give you one last shot, and if not, we're gonna have to go to recess. Oh, look, that was quick. Mr. Martinez, unfortunately, it went up. If you want to come back. Sorry. This happens so often. He actually put a bet on it. Wait a second.
Will it run if you just do PDF and I say next?
Just leave it like that.
I'll just say next, Christine.
Yeah, just leave it like that.
Okay, so this is our G3 Warehouse 18 and 19 site, and you'll see the two warehouse buildings. Oops.
You should have to go back and just leave it the way it was, Christina. There you go. Thank you.
This is a 57-acre parcel. We have our two warehouse sites, two 2,490,000 square foot warehouses, and then it also involves the subdivision of the overall 57-acre site into 5 parcels. You'll see the two with the warehouses, the two immediately adjacent to Crow's Landing, and then there is one on the bottom. It is the basin parcel. Next slide. This is just a cleaner version of the tentative map where you can see the 5 total parcels. Next slide. You'll see that this site is a vacant site. It is disked. It's not farmed, and there's an existing single-family home. Next slide. This is our current land use designation in the general plan. It is business professional. The general plan, as outlined in the staff report, supports warehouse use in this land use designation as the staff report discussed. This project is consistent with several industrial development goals and policies, several economic development goals and policies, and several infill policies of the general plan. Next slide. You'll see the current zoning of the site is PC 68, which is a planned development or planned community. The reason for this is this site is located in the West Landing specific plan. When we have a planned development zone, we look to a base zoning district that is similar. In this instance, it is M1, which supports industrial uses like warehousing and distribution. So we can find zoning conformance with PC 68. Next slide. There's a third layer to this project. As I mentioned, it's in the West Landing specific plan. The West Landing specific plan was adopted by council in 2012. And it was overall a 960 acre parcel or 60 acre plan area that anticipated the proposed uses. They're all outlined in the specific plan, acreage, anticipated impacts. There's an associated environmental impact report that was certified by the council, which means any impact that was found was either mitigated or overridden for economic benefit to the city and overriding considerations. So we find consistency with the West Landing plan as the use of warehousing and distribution is discussed in the plan specifically for these blue areas. You'll notice the area, the rectangle doesn't cover all of BP because there is another parcel that's not part of this project. The street A down the middle has been previously approved by a prior city engineer to be removed. So there is no street down the middle of the parcel. And the street to the north is Street B, which has been a topic of some of the appeal items, and we'll get into that in a minute. But the project is consistent with the West Landing specific plan and environmental impact report. Next slide. These are some typical elevations of the applicant. We see them on around our city already. G3 Warehousing has ample landscaping on the side, minimal windows, so some privacy issues are raised in the appeal, but you can see how they intend to construct their warehouse, very minimal windows, very inward-facing use. Not a lot of interaction with the street, but we do have some nice landscaping, as you'll notice on the landscaping plan that they are going to incorporate into this project as well. Next slide. As I stated, the project is consistent with the West Landing specific plan EIR. So when the project is consistent, we can say that it is consistent with the prior ER that was certified. So no additional environmental work is required. Next slide. So at this time, staff is recommending that you find the project consistent with the West Landing specific plan EIR and adopt a resolution that denies the appeal. I did want to go into the issues raised in the appeal very quickly. All of the items are discussed and analyzed in your staff report, but just to go through them, there are about 8 issues that were raised. And why this appeal is difficult is none of the issues directly spoke to findings that staff have to make for approval. None of the issues spoke directly to CEQA. So the issues raised were more opinion-based and some of it not applicable to what you need to consider this evening for your decision. Specifically, issues of dignity and privacy were raised. While privacy can be a concern in development, a right to privacy is not an outright ability to deny a project. Development happens all the time. People feel their privacy is infringed, but as long as you adhere to things like setback, landscaping, appropriate siting of the building, you can dismiss this privacy issue. There is no right to dignity that we review or that you should consider this evening. Another issue that was raised was truck traffic. We indicated that the project is consistent with the prior environmental impact report, which analyzed over 800,000 square feet of warehousing and development. So this project is consistent. It falls within that range. Issues of dust and pesticide were raised, but the project must conform to all Central Valley air quality requirements during construction. It's probably a less evasive use than current farming that occurs in the area that has the right to pesticides, right to farm. There'll be some dust during construction, but overall, any kind of hazardous pesticides and dust will be severely eliminated when this site gets developed. Issues of aesthetics were raised. I noted that the EIR mitigated loss of farmland, which I would assume that's what the appellant was mentioning when they were saying loss of aesthetics. We've already mitigated for loss of agriculture through the environmental impact report. Sunlight and view is only a right if there's a certain easement in place, and that is not the case here, but also this project is not going to infringe on the appellant's sunlight or views, as the building is set down away from the appellant's building, and it's a one-story building. It's not excessively, it doesn't exceed our height limits. So we don't feel that you can make that finding, or it's not an issue. The issue of adequate notice was raised. We did communicate with the appellant. The date of the hearing, the date of this hearing was set with the appellant back in August. He agreed to it. So we adhere, the noticing requirement met our code requirements, but we also reached out to the appellant well in advance of the hearing. The issue of fire lane and street B was raised. I need to be very clear that street B is not being constructed with these projects. It's being dedicated with the map. And street B does not infringe on the appellant's property at all. It's completely south of the appellant's property. So there's no interference. When street B is constructed, they don't need a street dedication from the appellant's property. It's all on the applicant's property, and the dedication is only happening now. There's no construction. So I think there was some confusion as to when street B goes in, it'll eliminate some access to the site, but that is not the case. We're not talking about the construction of street B at this time. And the work that is going on Crow's Landing will actually provide additional access to the appellant's site at the cost to the city. And Mr. Beltran can answer some questions about that if you have further questions. There were some issues raised about lighting, landscaping, and irrigation. The applicant will be required to adhere to all city lighting requirements, landscaping requirements, and all those requirements are limited to the applicant's property. We do not obligate a property owner to do improvements on another property. There's not a nexus to say, hey, you must go and do work on somebody else's property. Issues are raised about connections to property, about needing to facilitate connections to a parking lot. Again, the work is not touching the appellant's property. All of the access to the future warehouses right now can be achieved through service or street B when it is constructed. There was a discussion about the value of the property. Staff never saw any indication of any kind of assessment of the property, but also what the property is worth isn't a finding that you need to make this evening. And a final issue was about a fence needing to be put up, and it referenced a funeral bureau code, and that code only governs the person who has the funeral license, which is not the applicant. So there's no onus on the applicant to put up a fence for the appellant. So those are all the main issues, and for these reasons, we feel that you can deny the appeal this evening. I can answer any additional questions. The applicant is also here this evening. I believe the appellant is here as well, and they have their time and are available for questions too.
Thank you. If we can have Charles come up, please.
Good evening, Mayor Lopez and City Council. Thank you for hearing this appeal this evening. My name is Charles Evans. I'm the licensed funeral director for Evans Funeral Home. We've been serving the community in Stanislaus County for the last probably 3 decades. Throughout working with the city, we had found that every time we opposed to a parking lot or even a stop sign for our processions, we were denied. And we were told, wait, it would come upon development. So we worked with staff along with PC 68, and we were under the impression that when the adjacent property would be developed, that there would be a stop sign that would be placed there. My staff and the many services that we do here in the city of Ceres and in Stanislaus County, I feel like it's unsafe that when we're doing a recession to the cemetery, that we have to actually stand out in the street with stop signs and stop the traffic. The traffic on Crow's Landing to the frontage of our property is at excessive speeds. We brought it to the city's knowledge many times, even with the parking. There's no parking on Crow's Landing Road. So we knew that when B Street was developed, that it would also afford us an opportunity to have some off-street parking. On our development of the crematory, which was licensed by the city of Ceres, We turned the building towards B Street, knowing that, when time came that we would have access to B Street. We believe that utilizing B Street just as an ingress or degress for this particular proposed project would be detrimental to the operation of our business. At the previous meeting, we had the majority of the property owners, the adjacent property owners, that also came out and brought up other issues. We were concerned with the visibility because of the Diablo foothills. We were actually there prior to that property being annexed in to the city of Ceres. So we were assured through that process that our zoning and everything would be protected, but now we're finding out that it's not. My main concern is because of the safety and the public health, being a licensed funeral director for over 30 years, that the processions are very, at a time where the families are in a heightened state of grief, and the direct access to the cemeteries, which would be Ceres Cemetery or Lakewood, is to the left of our parking lot. But the city is proposing to put a medium there, and it would prohibit us from making that left turn. Also, our concern was that our property would become a corner property, and the crosswalks would be there, which if we were able to start our procession from the B Street, that it would be a safer procession without the least amount of breaks. When the medium goes in, it would be only right turns, and it would make more of it wouldn't be an optimum for us procession to the cemetery. So we're concerned, and even throughout the negotiations that we tried to work with the city of Ceres, majority of the times with staff, they were only available on Wednesdays. And then when I did get a call, I might have been taking care of a funeral or something at that time. But we have worked over the years prior to it being annexed into the city of Ceres, we believe that the staff would work with us. We even mentioned regarding some CDC issues that still arise in our community, and to be a protector of public health, I believe I would be amiss of not mentioning these items to the city, and I pray that the city would at least allow us some mitigating factors. With the landscaping, they're only proposing minimal. And like I said, our particular property was under the PC 68. We were told that any development, even a street into those properties, it would assume the requirement of the setbacks and landscaping throughout the Crow's Landing Road.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Your time is up. Appreciate your time. If we can have the original applicant, if you guys have any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. On behalf of G3, I'm Dave Romano. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening. I was in the old chambers. I think we might have actually been in these chambers in 2012, but I remember when we brought this project before the council and annexed it, it was a great pleasure, and it was the end of a long process. From about 2007 to 2012, we actually worked on the West Landing specific plan. And at that time, the city actually controlled that process. The city hired the consultants. The landowners were able to pay for that process. We had a number of community meetings. We started off having meetings in the old chambers. We met at County Center 3. We had community meetings where we had boards up. And at that time, the city was really focused on making sure that Crow's Landing Road was an economic engine for the city. They saw that it was viable, it was going to have a lot of traffic, and the city decided that retail, commercial, business park was really important along that corridor. So G3, as part of that team, was bringing that old Procter & Gamble plant into the city of Ceres. They were worried about that. They were moving from the county into the city, what that would mean to them. They participated in that process and ultimately determined that it was in their best interest to move into the city of Ceres. So they were part of that process. And then when they started to look at places to grow, and they look all throughout the county, they were able to identify this 57-acre piece as an appropriate place for them to land. They really want to grow their presence in the city of Ceres. They currently have about 500 employees at their existing site. This will add to that. And so we think it'll be a real benefit for economic development for the city. So with that said, we understand that change occurs. We understand that it can be a little uncomfortable, but it has been known that these are the land uses in this area for 10 to 15 years. We reached out to everybody in the neighborhood to make sure that they understand what these land uses were. If maybe that message didn't get communicated or wasn't quite understood, we are where we are today. This is appropriately zoned. G3 looks forward to the opportunity to continue to develop their presence here, and we would ask for your approval. I'm joined by a couple of members of G3. If there are any specific members from or specific questions from the council that you would like us to answer on detail, but our request would be that you deny the appeal, allow this project to proceed forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I will give Mr. Evans an opportunity if there's any request to a rebuttal to any of the comments that were made. If so, this is the time, and then we'll move on to public.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. We had requested our legal counsel to be involved and have adequate time in order to represent us today. But we had some concerns and some delays that was not only on ours, that was the city, with the public information requests and the documentation that we requested. So we still are requesting if the city would allow us additional time so that we could be represented appropriately this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And before we move on to the public, is there any additional comments from the original applicant? And then we'll move on to open public.
Just briefly, Mayor, I want the council to be able to move on. So the appeal was filed October 22nd. We're 2 months after the filing of that appeal. These are generally heard within 30 days. There was a recommendation that we come on October 13th, but at the appellant's request, we actually picked this date for this matter to proceed. And so I think 60 days in is adequate time to review this and be prepared for the appeal. So we would ask that you move this matter forward today, if at all possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now open this up to the public. Is there any members of the public that would like to make a comment? Anybody online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, and we'll bring this item back to the council for comments and discussion. Louis, did you want to say something?
I can talk.
I didn't see her hand raised. I saw you. Go ahead, Mr. City Manager, if you want to go first before we speak.
So just want to point out a couple of things. We did reach out to his attorney, and there is no attorney of record that he speaks of. There is no attorney officially representing him. As far as his funeral home, I don't believe he has the legal permits to operate a funeral home there. He does have parking that he's put in there. And so staff has tried to meet with him at every possible time he asked for us to meet with him, and also as well as the public records requests.
Okay, the questions about his business is a separate issue. Anything from Nubia?
Just very quickly to add to that point, the city does take requests for extensions for these types of appeals. At staff's request, we did ask the appellant for information on contacting their attorney, which we diligently did in the last few days. And there is, as far as we can tell, no attorney of record, and the individual that we contacted has not been engaged for this matter.
Okay, thank you. So I have Councilwoman Vieira.
I don't even know where to start here. Just a little concerned with the loss of privacy. I saw that item A on the appeal. I just want to confirm there appeared to be landscaping, and I know with Cal Green, section 5.106.12 requires 50% of the parking lot to be shaded within 15 years. I just want to confirm that that was part of the plans that would provide some privacy as well in compliance with our building code.
They have a landscape strip around the perimeter of their property. Their basin is green. The nature of the warehousing business, you can't have trees in the middle of the site, so we can't achieve 50%, but the area in the setbacks that are required to be landscaped are, and there's ample landscaping on Crow's Landing, and there will be an ample landscape buffer on B Street. So they meet that. We can't have trees in the middle of the distribution area, or they can't accomplish what they need to do on that site.
I think that's it for me for now. I do have one more, sorry. I just want to confirm, because I think I heard conflicting information. I know B Street was set to have kind of a curve to align, I believe, with the exit outside of the animal shelter. Now, it sounded like there was a stop sign, and then I heard there was a light, and I'm just kind of confirming if the streets are set to align to coming out of the animal shelter with B Street. Is that like a stop sign? Sounds like a nightmare. Is it going to be a light, or is it going to be a stop sign? Because I'm hearing both.
So thank you for your question, council member. So until a street light actually goes in, there will be a stop sign at Street B. So that's how that will work. Now, once we are actually working with the county right now to actually adjust their driveway somewhat to the south. We have to still align with what they have going in, but we are in contact with them on our Crow's Landing Road rehabilitation project in order to make sure that things like that align. We would rather not do split phase timing or anything like that as we move into it. So we are working with them in order to get the driveway and the street to align as best as possible. I can tell you it will not be an issue like we have on Service Road right now.
That's exactly what I was asking. Thank you, Beltran. I think those are my questions at this time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make a comment and then make a motion. So I don't know, did anybody else have any comments they wanted to make?
Looks like Serena just pressed her button.
I'll wait.
I just want to thank Leah for the staff report. There's a lot of detail in here to give responses to some of the concerns. I will say this project is going to bring jobs to our area, not just the warehouses themselves, but also construction overall. So I'm looking forward to that. It sounds like there's already plans to fix the road issues. And that's all I have.
It looks like Vieira pressed her button again. Councilwoman?
Martinez. Don't worry, I won't make the motion for you. I am in totally agreement with Councilwoman Otero. I'm glad to see livable wage jobs coming to Ceres and not more minimum wage service jobs like we see. I think we need both in the area to be supportive of the community overall. I am also happy to see with the construction most likely will come improvement to both the gutters, the sidewalk, and infrastructure, as well as the lift station to allow development in that area as part of the general plan for the West Landing. And so I'm happy to see that move forward, as well as livable wage jobs moving into the community. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What was that? Oh, thank you. First, I just want to say to both the applicant and the appellant, thank you for your guys' time. Sounds like this has been a project that's been in the works for a long time. If I caught that, you're correct. When you first brought this to council, I was still in high school. So it's been a while that this has been ongoing. It's quite a long time. And like Councilmember Vieira said, the improvements to that part of our city, to that part of our community, the benefit it's going to bring, the jobs. And it sounds like Leah did her work, staff did their work, everything aligns where it should and how it's supposed to. I think one of the benefits of having Councilmember Otero and myself both up here is that we have over a year of service on the Planning Commission. So that's a benefit that I have, and I know that she brings that when she's looking at items as well. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to deny the appeal of the Planning Commissioner's site plan approving the application 2513 SP and tentative parcel map application 2514 TMP, finding the project consistent with the West Landing specific site plan and the warehouse 1819 projects located at 3807 Crow's Landing Road in Ceres.
Second that.
You can get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira.
Yes.
Councilmember Otero.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez. Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And thank you, everybody, for your time. Yes, we'll go ahead and go into a recess. Thank you. We're getting ready to start again. We're ready to go. Welcome back, everyone. We are now on item number 12, accepting the annual report on development impact fees for fiscal year 2024-25 as required by Government Code Section 66006. Beltrans.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So this item, we are actually going to continue.
I just saw that note.
Yep. But we will need you to open the public hearing, and then we can close the public hearing, and then we'll continue it to the date certain on the listed on the agenda.
We're good with that, City Manager? Okay. But we'll go ahead and open this up to the public. There's only one member in the public. Sir, would you like to comment on this item? Oh, there's two. My favorites. Okay. Nope. Anybody online?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and close it. Bring it back to the council for comments and or questions.
There's no comments.
The council. Okay, we're set. Thank you very much. Moving on to item. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, actually, she did have her button pressed, but you're good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just found the day certain that he was talking about.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate it. Okay, moving on to item number 13. This is new business. Accepting the 2022-2023 City of Ceres audit financial statements and audit reports for the period ended June 30, 2023. And this will go to Shannon.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight is the fiscal year 2023 financial audit, along with the GAN report, single audit, and Measure H report. Brett Jones, engagement manager from JJA CPA, the city's independent auditing firm, is joining us via Zoom and will provide a verbal report for the fiscal year 23 financial audit.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me join remotely. I appreciate it. Shannon mentioned my name is Brett Jones. I was the engagement manager on the audit. And we have issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. You can find our report on the first page of the financial statements. You can see in our opinion paragraph, we state, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the city. The report continues to go on to explain what our responsibilities are for the audit, and that is to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. And reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute. In performing an audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism. That is to say, we are independent of management. We don't perform any management functions or make any management decisions. We identify and assess risks of material misstatements in the financial statements and design and perform procedures to address those risks. Our procedures typically consist of testing accounts, transactions that appear in the financial statements. Additionally, we obtain an understanding of the internal controls relevant to the audit and report on our findings. We evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and report on any inconsistencies. Additionally, we can conclude if there's any conditions that would raise substantial doubt about the city's ability to continue as a going concern. So I'll just briefly go over the format of the report. It's a pretty long report. So the first section I want to point out is management's discussion and analysis. Starting on page 4, going to page 17, the purpose of the management's discussion analysis is to provide an analysis of the district's financials in a narrative format. This section is prepared by management. After the MD&A are the financial statements themselves, starting with the government-wide financial statements on page 21 and statement of activities on page 22. These statements are prepared with an economic resources measurement focus. That is to say, they are prepared under full accrual. It's where you'll find your long-term assets and long-term liabilities. Additionally, their financials presented fund-based statements, starting with the balance sheet on page 26 and the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance on page 30. These statements are prepared using a current resources measurement focus. That is to say, they are prepared under a modified accrual basis of accounting with a shorter accrual period, typically around 60 days. After the financial statements are the notes themselves, starting on page 47, going to page 93. These provide additional information about the financial disclosures and the city's accounting policies. In addition to the financial statements, we issued our communications with those charged with governance letter. This is a letter that we issued directly to the city council. It provides additional information about the audit and the audit procedures we perform. It highlights management's responsibilities for the financial statements and the audit. This section would typically disclose any uncorrected misstatements that we may have identified, and we don't have any. In addition, this section reports any findings that we may have. And for this audit, we did have one finding. It relates to the timeliness of the report. We are presenting the report for the year ended June 30, 2023. Because the city is required to have a single audit, those standards require the audit to be completed 9 months after year end, which would have been March 31, 2024. So the audit is a bit late. So we do have one reportable finding in the communications letter. So our recommendation to staff would be to implement procedures to get not only this audit filed, but the next fiscal years 24 and 25 caught up as soon as possible. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have about the audit or the financial statements.
Thank you very much. And I'll go ahead and open this up to the public. Members of the public would like to make a comment on this item. Seeing none, no hands raised.
No hands raised.
Bringing this item back to the council for any comments and or questions. Seeing none, looking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve item number 13.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Casey,
I'm sorry, I can't vote yes. The audit's this thick and I haven't had the chance to review it completely and answer the questions. Thank you, but no.
Councilmember Vieira,
Yes.
Councilmember Otero,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Moving on to 14, adopting the council donation policy. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor and council members, in the past, the city of Sirius donated funds to various events held within the community. Now, due to budgetary restraints, those funds were eliminated from the budget, and the council donation policy has been created to take its place. At the June 23rd, 2025 regular city council meeting, council requested staff develop a process on how the donation funds will be distributed. Staff has developed a council donation policy, which outlines how the process will function going forward. The proposed policy requires a proper documentation to be filed so staff can prepare an agenda item for each donation request and for the item to be processed with the finance department. Under fiscal impacts, what we originally talked about, we've now reduced it so the mayor can donate up to $2,000 per fiscal year and city council donate up to $1,000 per fiscal year, which comes down to basically the mayor can give out two $1,000 donations and the council can give out two $500 donations or one large donation. Policy alternatives, the council could decide on one of the following options: accept the proposed policy as it is, accept the proposed policy with modifications, or reject the proposed policy entirely and have the staff go back and bring something forward. Attached, you'll find the various council donation policy and lays out the requirements to move forward, where the council has to fill out the proper paperwork, send it to the finance department at least 4 weeks in advance so we can bring it back to the council and the council will do a full approval at a council meeting. We're targeting all nonprofit organizations as described by the Internal Revenue Service. not the state of California, because to be a 501c3, state of California will send you a note, but you're not a 501c3 until IRS recognizes you. The organization must be non-discriminatory and non-political in nature. The organization must have a local affiliation or benefit within Ceres. The donation may not personally benefit the mayor, council member, staff member, or any relative of same. This policy does not apply to payments of staff and or council to attend events held by nonprofits. And then attachment C is basically the donation request from the council, and then the donation award agreement that the agency or nonprofit has to sign and agree to, so that it's being used properly. Are there any questions?
We'll start off with the public and then we'll come back. Any members of the public would like to make a comment and questions on this item? Mr. Warren.
Good evening again, council members. John Warren, City of Ceres. I saw this item come up and I immediately thought of the local post of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the VFW nonprofit organization. I'm sure you're all aware that I am a member of that post. And I thought this might be a good opportunity to assist our post, which is struggling. You talk about a city budget shortfall. The members of our post are mostly senior citizens, such as myself. Currently, there's 47 members. Most of us are life members, which means we've paid our dues in advance. So there's not a dues structure that comes into our post for our general fund operations during the year. And just to be using the VFW hall, we have to have a rather large insurance policy, which requires a premium every year. And this year I was told that our premium might go up as much as $200, which is going to approach probably an $800 bill that I have to struggle with in this December. So I'm here thinking that this might be an opportunity for the council members to make a donation to a nonprofit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Seeing none. Anybody with their hand raised?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Councilwoman Vieira.
Thank you. I did read through this. I guess one of the questions I have is it one donation such as you just approached us for the UFW, or can each of us donate to that? Is my first question. And then the second one is, generally when I've written grants in the past, they've required me to provide a W-9, an IRS determination letter, a copy of the flyer or public benefit. I didn't see any of those requirements in here. I was thinking that that was something that should probably be outlined prior to the request. Because in the grants, I usually am aware that I have to provide that. So that way we have the IRS determination in advance in the flyer and are meeting the requirements beforehand. Are we able to add that to it?
If that's the council's wish, sure. I mean, there should be not be a problem. We can put in there that they need to have an IRS dedication letter.
And then about the donations, like
As far as the donations, each one of you are responsible for your own $1,000 or $2,000, according to the mayor. You have the ability to do two $500 donations or one $1,000 donation, and all five of you, if you wanted to, can donate to the same organization. It's up to you how you want to use that money. Individually, it'll come back to council for full vote, but you can all individually donate and have five separate pieces of paper come back for the same organization.
what's the timeline needed to get from beginning to end?
Well, we have to have it 4 weeks in advance. And that way that gives us time for this finance department to look at it. For me to check to make sure everything is in line and to put it on the agenda.
Thank you. I know there's another question. I just don't remember what it is, so I'll pass.
Councilwoman Otero.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do appreciate the effort in trying to figure out how we can get donations out to our local organizations, especially at a time right now where we don't have a lot of funding. But I still believe that this is not something the council should be deciding on. It should be our community. And with saying that, there needs to be a committee assigned. I brought this up before, maybe like the TOT committee, if that's where the funding comes from, to allow the members to decide which organizations ultimately will get the funds. The organization should be applying. I like the idea of having more requirements on it. Maybe this is done in January and then, they find out by April or May which committee or which organization was chosen. But I just don't feel it's fair to have the council decide where the donations are made. These events are for the community and they should be the ones to decide where the money goes.
Thank you. Councilmember Casey.
Yes, so, the June 23rd meeting was kind of a special one in that it was my birthday and there was some confusion, and maybe because of that, when I read this recommendation in the background, I thought, I don't remember that. So I listened to the recording, and then I read the minutes. Nowhere in there did I hear or read that at our June 23rd meeting, council requested the staff develop a process on how to donate the funds. And so, and I'm assuming, since we're talking about a smaller amount, I'm assuming that this also implies that the $25,000 that was on the budget isn't there. But when I read this at the June 23rd meeting, the council requested staff develop a process on how the donation funds would be distributed. I might have been asleep, but again, I listened to it last night. I printed the minutes, and I don't see it anywhere.
If I will add, Mr. Casey, Finance Director, what was budgeted? How much money?
$25,000 was included in the fiscal year 26 budget.
So my question is, why are we being limited to $2,000 and $1,000 for each council member? If we have $25,000, that should be $5,000 per council member, including the mayor. I don't believe that I should have $1,000 more. I think it should be even through all the 4 districts and the mayor overall. So I would want to make sure that we amend that to say that we budgeted $25,000. If in next year's fiscal budget, we don't have $25,000 to budget, then we won't do it. But this time we do. And I think that we need to amend that portion of this. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Manager, but I believe it was your recommendation, not council, that we divide this money because we had so many nonprofits like Street Fair and One Table One Community and others coming to us requesting donations, that you decided to give each of us a small budget amount to donate to those nonprofits and those charities. Am I correct in remembering that?
You're correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Casey, I believe you're correct. I don't think any of us specifically had asked for it. I think that was something the city manager had recommended. And then as far as creating a committee or some sort of oversight, I don't support that. I think if we're going to do it, it sounds like it has to come to the council anyways for approval. So I don't see the necessity for an extra step. Just like our appointment process, now we're going to have it done at a council meeting in front of everybody. So why waste the time doing an extra meeting? But yeah, I agree with the mayor. $25,000 was budgeted. So my question is, if we drop it down to 6, where does the remainder go? Is that put back in the general fund?
It goes back in the general fund. As you recall, we've been taking some money out to do some other things, such as pay for firms and everything else. And so we were sitting there going, well, we should probably try and reduce it some. And so make it at least try and save some money. And then in the June 23rd council meeting, Alan, do you want to read?
Oh, it was just a clarification to Councilmember Casey's comment, there was a discussion during the budgetary item, and part of that council and staff discussion was for there to be a process created for what I think it's labeled as in the budget is community service funds. So it's the last item listed under the council and staff discussion.
Okay. And then Mr. Warren, not to put you on the spot, but what did you say that amount was that you were going to be owing for your guys' rental?
I think he said $800.
Yeah.
For insurance is $800, I think he said.
Well, that's what's possibly going to be the premium in December that is due, but I have not received a bill from the insurance company. The insurance people that we use are in Patterson, and we haven't received a bill yet this year. I made a couple of phone calls when this fell to me, and talked to the lady over there, and she just gave me these suggestions that what the insurance industry is doing this year. We're looking at an increase, which I think everybody is aware of going on in the industry. But that's not just the only problem.
Yes, sir.
That's just one of the problems I need to fix. Basically, for our post to operate physically for a physical year, which runs from July 1st to June 30th, is about $1,500 is what I gather from looking at some of the records that I'm familiar with. And right now, we don't have any funds coming in to our general fund. So that's the position that we're in. So a donation from the council, if it was allowed, would be very well accepted.
Yes, sir. So I don't mind if it's $1,000 for myself and $2,000 for the mayor. I don't mind if it's bumped up to $5,000. Whatever fiscal amount we agree on, I'm fine with, but I would make a recommendation that perhaps we make a $1,500 donation to our local post to keep them operating for one more year. A lot of our members are lifetime members and they've earned that. So making a donation, whether it be $1,500 from that or my amount that I'm given, I would like to make that recommendation.
And Councilwoman Vera?
You can.
Thank you. I guess my question, I think, was kind of answered, that this is coming from the general fund or reserves. Is that kind of what I heard? Okay, so I think if we don't spend the money, then the money stays in our reserves. Because I know we keep pulling money out. We just voted on pulling, I think it was $110,000 out of reserves today to pay for a community engagement survey. So I think that's my biggest concern, is continuing to pull from our reserves, especially with money that we don't have. And then my second question is, how does this impact Parks and Recs when it comes to their involvement in the community? Because are we taking money that Joey usually uses for already and overseas when it comes to community involvement and community engagement? Not to put you on the spot, Joey.
How's that? You're saying, how's this going to affect recreation with?
Well, yeah, because he handles a lot of our community things now. Between him and Julian, they usually bring us proposals on what they think the city wants and supports. And so I'm just wondering, how does this align with where they are and what they're...
This is totally separate.
Joey,
no tie.
correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but most of the events and things you do in the community are budgeted, and then a lot of the revenue you make to pay for those is like vendors and selling items. So you're sort of self-sustainable, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
And Otero, you pushed your button again.
Thank you. So just another comment here. The issue with the council selecting what organizations get funding, it could become a problem later, because then you have organizations who had no idea that there was a period open that the council was looking for, organizations that need some donations. So I don't know, going like long-term going forward, how do we control who gets what donations? How is it going to be fair across the community as a whole?
Mr. City Manager, if I can answer that, I believe that this was put in because we already had issues like that, where we had COISO asking, we had the chamber asking for donations, we had SMBU asking for help, and we were already approving them. This was just sort of a way to limit the scope of money that was being spent. And once that well is run dry, it's run dry. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So one more thought. Could it be where instead of the council recommending an organization get a donation, we open it to the public to submit an application? And then the council can decide as a whole who gets what funding?
We could do that. The only problem is you're trying to get people all together and say, okay, which ones are your favorite ones? And then hypothetically, somebody brings this back and presents it to the council and you turn it down. Then what's the outcome, for the people that just worked and made that suggestion? Keep in mind with the planning commission, when they make a decision and you turn it down, what the ramifications are of that. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming out. This is just regular citizens trying to make decisions on how they're going to spend city money. And I think this was geared towards the council to sit there and say, here's money for the council to sit there and look out and go, here's what 501c organization do you want to support within the city to keep it thriving that's beneficial to the city. And I think that was what the whole purpose was trying to come together and say, this is a benefit for the council, because we've been coming back to the council saying, hey, give us money, give us money, give us money. And the vice mayor is correct. We have to try and get that under control, because everybody has their hand out, and there was a point in somewhere along the line, we have to sit there and go, we can't afford to keep giving money out, because we're A, not a bank, and B, we don't have unlimited funds. So I think it's thinking back to when we had the food vendor committee. First of all, we only had 5 people in there, 2 council members, and it took an act of Congress trying to get those 5 people together and then make an agreeable decision on just a basic food vendor, agreement. So I don't know if that's even possible. And then say, okay, we have to make that, and all of you agree. Now present it or bring it to staff. We write up a staff report, and then we have to present it to the council. And so it's going to be a delayed process. And what we found out lately is everybody sends requests and stuff to the staff last minute. And so we're trying to get past that and say, okay, if you want to at least think in advance, saying, okay, give us 30 days in advance to get it on the council, or at least 45, it'd be even better. But I don't know if it, I know you want to put it out to a committee or whatever and let them decide it, but you're giving this committee, how are they going to spend city funds? And I don't know if that's what the council wants. That's fine, and we'll follow that. But this was originally geared to having the council decide how the monies are going to be spent and what organizations they wanted to see, because they might not bring the organizations back that you want. And so, just playing devil's advocate.
Mr. Casey.
Sure. This whole issue came up when we were approving this budget. This item of $25,000 was in the council's budget to be spent. I'm a council person. I had no input on the budget items that were included in that. So I asked, where did it come from? Maybe the other 4 here, maybe you guys knew about it, but I didn't understand who chose why that number was chosen, how it was chosen. And I know that if we would have voted on it in the process of approving our portion of the budget, I personally, even though I think it's important that we support the VFW, the American Legion, the baseball, the soccer, I would have said, no, we don't have the money. So this whole problem came about because somehow or another, somebody decided to put $25,000 on the budget so that each one of us could spend $5,000 to make somebody happy. $25,000 that we don't have. $25,000 saved is $25,000 earned. So I don't, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can
Mr. Casey.
respond to him.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So during our 221 meetings that we conducted with all the council members, that this was talked about in there, saying we were thinking about giving each council member $5,000. We brought that back, and this $25,000, we didn't come up with that number out of thin air. That's about how much money we're giving out already. That's how much we're just handing out to people, and that I think that's a conservative amount that we're already giving to organizations. So that's how we came up with that number, going, okay, because each person had a different idea of how to spend that money. So that's where we came up with going, if we gave each council member $5,000, then you could concentrate on the area or of a 501c3 or whatever organization for support. And that was what this was geared from.
Gotcha. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to sort of piggyback on what our city manager had mentioned, putting together a citizens advisory committee would be difficult. Someone doesn't like what they recommend, it puts a stress on them. We have a lot of people that are members of a lot of different churches and congregations in our community. I'm sure they would love to all donate to their parishes. We've got people that play youth sports, soccer, baseball, flag football is becoming a thing here in Ceres now. So we just put an unnecessary stress on citizens in the community. So I would not be supportive of making a committee to do that. Like the city manager said, we can't use this to purchase tables at events for ourselves. We can't use this to buy items for ourselves. It's to donate to charitable organizations for the benefit of them and not for us. And then like Councilmember Vieira had mentioned, if we don't spend it, it goes back into the general fund. So with that being said, I would make a motion.
Just a point of order, Vieira did press her button.
Okay.
Councilwoman?
Sorry, I know you'd like to do that. I agree. I don't necessarily like the committee idea because I think what's already been coming, organizations just like Warren have come before the council requesting money. I know we've gotten letters last year from the street fair asking for a donation. I think Love Series did the same last year where they came before the council requesting money. I did see there's a donation request form already in the packet so that way organizations, if they do want to request it, can request it. So it is part of the agenda packet. So I do like the fact that we're already being transparent about the form that they do need. So that they can spend it. I know when it was part of the budget discussion, I know I did ask for the process. I think both Latero and I both asked for the processes because we weren't quite aware of what it was. And I believe you said we were going to try to align it with the county and the process they had. So I appreciate the time and effort that went into putting this together. If we do move forward with this, I do think that we need to have part of the packet of having everything put together that needs to be, which is the W-9, which has their tax identification number, the IRS determination letter, and a copy of a flyer or how it's going to be part of a public benefit, which is documents the date, time of the event, and just making sure that that's part of the agenda. I don't necessarily like using any of our reserves for something like this, but if we are going to move forward, I think that needs to be part of the packet.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I was going to make a motion to approve item number 14, keeping the original allocated amount of $25,000 that was budgeted.
Did you want to include 2 recommendations by the councilwoman? It's just formal information, which were tax ID, flyer, and what else?
IRS determination letter and tax ID number.
Can I just jump in here really quick? That's already included on the form. So we are already requesting it.
I get that, but a lot of times that certain individuals don't understand it. And when I've done requests, if you don't want it, that's fine. I don't know if I necessarily want to move forward if they don't provide it, because a lot of people don't understand the difference. Me writing grants for various organizations, that's always been a standard practice for me to provide. So I already have the packet together for the nonprofits that I've worked for writing grants. So that's not an unusual request. But if you don't want documentation that they're a nonprofit from the IRS, then that's okay as well.
So that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the form is already requesting that. So when finance gets the form, we'll be looking for that information.
The form didn't ask for attachment. It just asked for the number, and it didn't ask for the flyer or any, it just asked how it publicly benefits. It didn't ask for any documentation, which is what I'm asking for, the IRS copy of how, of the flyer verifying that this event is actually taking place. That's all I'm asking. If you don't necessarily feel it's needed, then that's, ultimately to be considered.
Vice Mayor, would you like
Yeah, so to add on to that initial recommendation, I'd also like to add that the IRS verification flyer be required as well.
Okay. Looking for a second? Looking for a second. Does that satisfy your request, Rosalind? I just want to make sure.
Yes, my only concern is the 25,000. I don't necessarily think that we have it in the budget. So that's the only reason why I'm not seconding.
It is budgeted, actually, Rosalinda.
Yeah, but we've been pulling from the reserves from the original budget. So we've actually exceeded what was originally budgeted in several things. Even tonight, we've pulled from the reserves. So that's my concern, is where we're actually at fiscally prior to extending additional reserve money.
No problem. I'll second. Roll call.
Councilmember Casey,
Yes.
Councilmember Vieira,
No.
Councilmember Otero,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Aye.
Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to council member referrals. And the first item is item number 15, which was requested by Vice Mayor, staffing levels and recruitment presentation. Council member.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel like those self-explanatory. I'd just like to get an update from the city manager as where we are on a department level basis, staffing wise. I know we've got quite a few positions open, some frozen. I'd just like to get a general update on how the city is staffed as a whole.
Open this up to the public. Any members of the public have any comments or questions? Bring this item back for consensus, actually. Rosalinda, go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez, I guess my only question is, how would this differ from the presentation that HR just did a few council meetings ago in accordance to what was required by law?
We just froze a position, so it's going to be giving us a update on how we are recruiting for that. I know we've got some people that are retiring, some more people that are in the pipeline to be leaving. So just getting an update in general on how we are staffed right now, now versus how we were a few months back.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
So would it be agreeable to the council that come January, can I do a workshop? Can we do a workshop with all the council during the day and spend probably 8 hours laying out everything as far as what each department does and what their staffing levels are, and get a more in-depth look at our staff and what they're facing to help the council understand the staffing levels, our hiring, and all that, and hopefully grow from there. Is that doable or agreeable to you, sir?
Sure.
Looking for consensus? All good here?
I just don't know if I can do 8 hours the week that the semester starts.
When does it start?
I'll have to look into it, but it starts in January. So that, and then I have surgery in December. So I'll still be, so that those are,
We'll try and work.
I like the idea. I'm not saying that the idea is a bad thing. I just don't know at this point in time if I could commit 8 hours less than a month after I have surgery.
We'll work something out.
Mr. Casey.
I think it should be sooner.
Okay. So we have consensus from 3. Us 3 here. 3-2. Casey was just saying that for it to be sooner, but could you come back and figure out some timelines? Even email just to keep us updated. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 16, and this is my request to cancel the 24th city council meeting. I had a conversation with the city manager, and I now ask him the question here on the dais. City manager, if we were to cancel this meeting, would this interfere with city business?
No, sir. We can move some of the stuff. We don't have anything substantial I'm aware of going to the 24th. So we can push that back to December 8th.
So that's one of the reasons. And then also we all know that that is the week of Thanksgiving. This will give the council an opportunity to be with their families. And if there is something that is very present and important, that you would call the city council back for a special meeting if required, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just looking for consensus or comments from the council. Looks like Serena, go ahead. Oh, you want Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, go ahead.
You know, my experience on the city council is that public process and private process is so different. You know, last week, or last council, I asked that we have our meeting in December, but we decided that we're not. And now we're saying this Monday, the 24th, or whatever day it is of November is not that important. But over half of our council meeting tonight is we're in trouble financially. We need to, you know, work towards solving some issues. So, you know, we are owners of the city, so to speak, of the board of directors. I just don't see the importance of getting our city back on track is much more important than the Monday of Thanksgiving week for me to be with my family, I guess. My family's important, but so I'm sorry I can't support this.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Sotero?
Just for the record, on that day, I actually was not planning on being present. I had an event to attend with my child that's important to me. So that's where I'm going to be. But on top of that, I think it's important for the public to know, and I can speak for myself, aside from the council meetings, I do have meetings out there. I have meetings with city staff. You know, I am engaged. So sometimes when these type of requests come up, I may not necessarily be opposed to it. I think it gives an opportunity for city staff to have a break if needed, to spend time with their families during the holidays. So I do support this request today.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vera?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, both of you. I appreciate both of your opinions. Casey, I am with you. I'm fully supportive of not canceling a meeting, especially if there's stuff that needs to move forward. I think communication and meeting is very, very important. But I also agree, Councilwoman Otero, that staff does deserve an opportunity to spend time with their family. I do stay local, so I have no problem meeting that day in the event that we need to meet. So I'm flexible either way, because I think we do need to handle city business if it needs to be handled. I am here locally, so it's not, to me, the city's is important to me, and I will be here if it's available. But I also know staff does also deserve time with their family, because ultimately we rely on them a lot, and there's a lot of expectations we have of them as well. So I do think that they deserve time, but I also am okay with meeting as well.
Vice Mayor?
I support not having this meeting as well.
There's your consensus right there. I think Rose is.
So Councilman Vera, are you a yes or a no?
We have a majority.
I'm comfortable with either way. If we need to have a meeting, we can have a meeting. If we have nothing to vote on, then there's no point in having the staff work if we have nothing to vote on and they just want to sit here.
So
I don't think that's necessary.
Technically, since this is a referral item, the motion or the action tonight is just the consensus. The formal action will come at your next meeting to essentially cancel the meeting.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, moving on. We'll go to reports. I know I usually say no reports, but as everybody well knows, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Case, my apologies. Did you have something to say? Go ahead, sir. Oh, you know what? I should have not rushed that. My apologies about the referrals. Go ahead.
Okay, my first referral is dealing with commercial garbage dumpsters. You know, we have a city ordinance, and maybe we already have this ordinance, but we have an ordinance about the, you know, my one at home needs to be off the street and out of the way until it's time to be picked up. Oftentimes, the commercial dumpsters, even if they're in a secure place like where I work, we have it behind the fence, but we push it out at night before the garbage truck comes. Again, where I work, oftentimes people get into it and take stuff and throw it on the street and stuff. But, you know, as you drive around the city, I know our code enforcement people must have a problem dealing with it. What comes to mind is the area on Herndon and 99 where the 7-Eleven store is there. You know, oftentimes you see people going through the commercial dumpsters, separating stuff. Also, that's true at the Save Mart shopping center. They have these commercial dumpsters and people going through it, separating the cardboard loaded in the back of their trucks. So I think that we need to have an ordinance. You know, I'm against having all these laws, but I think it's something that we should consider. If it's not already in the ordinance, we need to put it there and help code enforcement do it. That's one of my referrals.
Okay.
Did you understand the request?
No. So he
Understood that
you know, commercial garbage, what do you want, what ordinance, what do you want the ordinance to say?
The commercial, you know, well, I'll just give you two examples.
Okay.
Where the Cost Less store is and the that shopping center, they have a cement enclosure. It's got a door on it and it's never locked. So people open it up and go through it. The same is true at the Save Mart store. Those stores like the 7-Eleven that I'm talking about, or even my business, we need to work with the garbage company, get a lock from them, a common lock, and secure it. That's all I'm saying, is because people go through those commercial dumpsters and just throw crap everywhere.
So secure the enclosure, not the dumpster.
Well, but the ones that are enclosed at those shopping centers, they don't need to be. But where I work, you need to tell me to lock it up. So if it's not inside, does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. I think I need to talk to Bert and Lottie because that's going to change the scope, because that means if it's locked, somebody's, are the owners responsible for unlocking it on trash day? And that way they're taking care of it. It's not Bert and Lottie. Okay. Then I understand.
Okay.
You had a second one?
Say again?
You had a second referral?
Yeah, I do, thanks. My second one has to do with the city treasurer. You know, years ago, our city had an item on the ballot to keep the city treasurer as an elected official. Well, I voted for that. Being on the city council, I recognize that perhaps it's not such a good idea and that we need to bring it back to the citizens in the 2028 election. Part of our budget process is, part of their duty is to make sure that our monthly bank statements reconciled and some other things. Well, maybe if our bank statements had been reconciled back in 2022, 23, 24, we wouldn't be in a delay fashion with our audit. All I'm suggesting is to, in 2028, put on the ballot, do we want to keep the city treasurer as an elected official?
So, Mr. City Manager, can you correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's not the responsibility of the treasurer because we have a finance director, that scope of work falls on their shoulders?
Yeah, we do not have anything in our municipal code that says that the city treasurer's responsibility is to do that.
So Mr. Casey is wrong in saying that.
It's not in the municipal code. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And then, Mr. Casey, have you reached out to the city treasurer at all? I can answer that for you. If you would like, I can.
Well, part of the communication problems at our city is that we have things that change, but oftentimes we don't take out the old part. Part of the municipal code that I read, there were two duties. One, make sure the bank statement is reconciled. Two is to approve our investments. If you can recall, several months ago, we voted against an investment thing that ended up costing the city some money because I brought up, had the city treasurer reviewed it, and the city treasurer hadn't.
And Doug, correct me once more if I'm right, that was a waste of time and resources because that also does not fall in the scope of the treasurer's work because once again, we have a financial director.
That's correct, sir.
Yes, sir. So I guess the lack of, Mr. Casey always speaks about lack of communication and transparency, but again, sorry, I asked you the question, have you reached out to the treasurer?
No, I reached out to the city manager.
You said you haven't reached out to your fellow elected official with questions?
Ask me that question again?
So you haven't reached out to your fellow elected official to ask them that question?
No.
Thank you, sir. But you reached out to the city manager, but you didn't understand the scope of work for the city treasurer? As I've sat here and listened to
Vice
you.
Mayor, with all due respect, I don't reach out to each one of you about your job.
Yes, sir. And with all due respect, sir, I sit here and listen to you constantly talk about how you don't understand your scope of work or you're confused because you don't know if that aligns with your responsibilities. So I don't know how you can sit here and judge someone else's scope of work or their responsibilities.
No.
Before we get a consensus on that last referral request, can someone clarify the duties of our treasurer?
Is this, just a point of order, is this the appropriate time or?
So any
It's a
item.
good question, Serena. I just want to make
That is a really good question. The items that are brought forward to add to the referral items from the dais are not to be voted on. It's just for a public statement. We will include it on the agenda or for consensus on the next agenda.
Yeah,
And again, the difference is that
be on there.
the previous ones were previously requested and one was requested before the agenda was posted. So that's the other way to get a referral item on the agenda for consensus at the meeting. So that's the reason why. So at least for tonight, the two items that Councilmember Casey has brought forward for a referral item will be added for you to consider a consensus vote next time. So it would be, I think we're going beyond the scope of referral
Just wanted to make sure.
to speak any further on this item.
Okay, Serena, go ahead.
I have a referral as well. So my referral, before I say what it is, I just want to be clear that my referral doesn't have anything to do with our current finance director or deputy finance director. They've done a wonderful job and spent many hours just going back in the years and figuring out finances while keeping up with their current duties. However, since there has been city turnover in directors and city managers over the past several years, I feel like we've come to a point where we need to explore a potential forensic financial audit. So I'd like to get more information on that and just to see what our options are.
Got that. Any additional referrals? Okay. So we will now move to reports. So as everybody well knows, we just had the Crosstown Showdown Parade. And this is an opportunity for this council to discuss the actual game this Thursday. It will not be held on Friday, it will be held on Thursday. The district is off on Friday. And I'll only speak for myself, but as the mayor of the city of Ceres, it's very important that we showcase our community, our students, the athletes, the parents, the school district, and the city of Ceres getting together to talk about a showdown that is very important. If anybody has ever driven by Ceres High, as you very well know, you'll see the lights. They'll light up the entire city. And this Thursday, we're going to have an opportunity to take the Crosstown Showdown trophy back. I'm talking now as a coach. And You might be a little outnumbered this time, Vice Mayor, but I'm gonna call you Coach. But I'll have you give you an opportunity to speak. But I do want to wage a bet. But before we go to that, Vice Mayor, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on that. You just stated that that trophy is going to be going home, but my understanding is it's going to stay exactly where it's sitting right now. This time next week, it'll be sitting in the same spot. That the Bulldogs are going to come out victorious. I know a few weeks ago their quarterback was hurt. My understanding is he'll be back playing this game and is excited to keep that trophy where it belongs. And so I'll accept the bet.
Okay, and before I mention the bet, or maybe you'll mention the bet, let me go to the other council members and see what their perspective is. And Mr. Casey, how about you? Just to lighten it up, sir. I know that you said you went to Turlock High.
Sure. So Turlock High School is a Bulldog. My wife went to Nissa High School in Eastern Oregon. That's a Bulldog. So we have to be for series. Besides, it's in our district. And thank you.
All right, Mr. Casey, Bulldogs. Serena, how about you?
Well, I showed up at the parade in a Hawks t-shirt. My children have attended Central Valley High School, so I wanted to stay neutral, but I'm going to have to go with the Hawks this time.
Okay, Councilwoman Vieira, your thoughts?
Kind of know where I'm at on this one. Being that my son played football at Central Valley, my nephew played at Central Valley, and all four of my children went to Central Valley. I am definitely going to be rooting for Central Valley, and I'm definitely hoping they'll get that trophy back. I know my nephew did an amazing job when he played for Central Valley, and I think we won that year, if I recall correctly. So I am still keeping that Vieira spirit that he carried on the field and rooting for another win.
So, Vice Mayor, with that being said, what do you think about a bet? What would you recommend?
I think this council on the Monday, November 10th meeting is look phenomenal, all wearing red.
So you want to expand this?
Yeah, I think I'll tell you what, Mr. Casey, would you agree if the Bulldogs lose, you'll wear Hawks green? Okay, there you go. All five of you all five of us will show up in red to support the Bulldogs.
Well, you know what? Last time somebody betted against me. They actually won, but the year before that, I gave them a box of Kleenex to wipe the tears. So I'll get this ready for you next city council meeting. Actually, I'll get this ready for both of you guys, Mr. Casey and Vice Mayor. So with that being said, that is at least my report. Go Hawks, but in spirit, go the city of Ceres. And we'll now move on to reports from the council members. I'll have Vieira go first.
Thank you. Just want to touch, I know we had a trunk or treat here. It was a huge success. We had a lot more youth than I think we have in any year. I see Joey kind of nodding. I think we had a lot more than we were even expecting, which was amazing. I was glad to see everyone very supportive of this event and hopefully growing it next year. I also appreciate Chick-fil-A coming out. They already had a line before I think they even showed up, and they stayed busy until they sold out, which was great because it definitely shows them that there's a demand here in the city for them. This last week, I've been meeting with a couple of businesses and organizations about some possible donations and or small grants for the city. So I'm hoping we'll be able to coordinate some of those efforts, at least less me and more you, Doug. I'm coordinating those efforts and trying to get some of those available to kind of offset some of our budgetary needs. I also went to the Sheriff Open House on Saturday, which is a great opportunity. And having some discussions with them about, different events and different things that they provide and support that they provide. I was happy or sad to see one of our great officers that we lost to the sheriff who is really enjoying his daytime job. But I really was sad that he had left. And I know Chief knows who I'm talking about because he loves I think it's 8 to 2 or something. These amazing hours and spending time with his wife and children. So I do understand why he left for the sheriff, but he does say he does miss Ceres, and we will always have a special place in his heart. So I was glad to see and spend some time talking and catching up with him. But I think it was great to see and have those discussions. I also met with the animal shelter as part of their strategic plan. I was happy to be part of the discussion as a multiple pet owner of multiple pound fur babies. They are key, and I think it's important to support the animal shelter and also have the discussions on what they are and aren't doing successfully in our city and ways that they could benefit and how they can help us. It's also part of my day job as I work with vet tech in the vet tech program. I work with students that are looking at going into that field. So it was a great way of understanding how we can better collaborate on both ends, both when it comes to spay and neutering and some vaccination clinics, as well as understanding where they are and versus their ideas of where they align with the ideas that we have, or at least I have for the city of Ceres. So it was a great discussion and collaboration. I appreciate the time that they spent listening and talking with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you press your button for comments?
Yes, sir. Well, first, Councilmember Vera beat me to it. I wanted to congratulate Joey and his department on their trunk or treat event. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend, but from what I saw, it looked like it was a great turnout, a lot of people. And since we're speaking to you, Joey, I also want to congratulate you, sir. It's my understanding you were just inducted in the San Jose State Hall of Fame for baseball. So that's an amazing achievement, quite an accomplishment. Fantastic job, sir. Myself, Joey, his staff, and the mayor, we had our final Christmas Tree Lane meeting. The parade is up and going, and we're going to be doing our event here in December. I'm looking forward to being Santa Claus again this year. I'm pretty sure Rosalinda Vieira will be there with me as well as Mrs. Claus. And I'm pretty excited to announce that for the first time that we've done it, it'll be a little bit earlier so that Joey's staff can actually go and participate in the parade. Typically, the way it usually worked was Santa's pictures would end, and immediately after we'd be running over to try and start the parade. And so Parks and Rec staff wasn't able to participate. This year, Joey is going to try and do it a little bit earlier. And I'm sure they'll be sharing that information in social media posts, but this will give his staff an opportunity to go and appreciate all the hard work that they put in. His staff works 365 days a year, but all 365 seem to be crammed into the last 3 months of the year for him. So I'm appreciative of that, and that's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Casey?
Thank you. Yeah, the Treat or Trunk thing was very special for me and my family, my wife. We had a great time. Lots of candy, lots of kids. It was just a wonderful thing. And kind of, I guess, hope I don't get in trouble, Chief, but I put a raffle ticket in and I won what's it called, a Lego thing. And my grandson from San Francisco happens to be a Lego nut. And it was his birthday and he came over. He was coming over anyway, so it was a win-win for us. But it was a great thing. It was a lot of fun. We gave out a lot of candy. Yeah, thank you very much.
Serena.
I just want to say thank you as well to Joey and his team for the trunk or treat. It was a great turnout. That big pumpkin was a hit. I like that there. Also, I had attended the PKB trunk or treat. That was a good time. There was just been a lot of different community events out there, and it's really nice to see. And this weekend was the Central Valley and the CHS Athletic Booster Dinner. That was also great to see the community out. And I want to thank our chief for attending as well and being there with us. And I also just want to say thank you to Shannon for all of your hard work in the city. And I appreciate what you've done.
Before I move on, Joey, I also want to say that the trunk or treat was phenomenal. I enjoy dressing up every year. I think that it's getting bigger and better every single year, and more people participated. And I'm looking forward to your report on the numbers of folks that attended. With that being said, City Manager, anything to report?
I have nothing to report, sir.
City Attorney and friend, anything to report?
Nothing to report tonight, but I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Sarah Carrillo to the council and to members of the public. Sarah is now on board with our firm, and we're very excited to have her on board. And I don't know if maybe she wants to say a quick hello since we're here.
Welcome.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks for having me and being welcoming. And I look forward to working with you all in the future, attending meetings and or working with staff on agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and go with the departments. We'll start from my right-hand side. Chief, anything to report? Just nothing but smiles, both chiefs. Finance, HR. All right, now we'll go over here to the left side.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just a quick update on Hatch Road. I know at one point in time we had talked about closing down the intersection of Central and Hatch. And that timeframe is quickly approaching. However, in discussions with the contractor, we believe that we can keep the intersection open in all principal directions. There will be some detours for some left-hand turns, but for the most part, the intersection will remain open during construction. Obviously, all of that is subject to change if the conditions deteriorate and we have a safety issue out there. But as of right now, the plan is to keep the intersection open throughout the duration of the construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam? Joey? Can you at least tell us about how many folks showed up to the trunk or treat?
Yeah, we're probably estimating a little over 4,000, maybe more. It was more than what we expected, way more. So yeah, every year we're trying to do something different, and we're going to try to go bigger next year.
Go big or go home. Love it.
And then just to remind everyone, it's not an event that we're putting on, but we are doing a partnership with Day of the Dead this Saturday from 3 to 9. It's going to be, I haven't seen one yet, but it was in Modesto, but they're saying this event is going to be very big. Downtown is going to be transformed over with a lot of altars. So it's going to be a great event.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, we will now adjourn to closed session for a public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957. Title is City Manager, in addition to a conference with legal counsel and exiting litigation, California Government Code 54956.9. Name of the case, Ashley Ranunio, Vito Ranunio, individually, and DBA, the Truck Stop Food Park versus City of Ceres, Mayor and City Council. Stanislaus County Superior Court case number CV 25009856. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak regarding the closed session items? All right. After this closed session, we will return out. That being said, God bless everybody. Have a great night. This meeting is adjourned.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.